Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua hit back at Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga after claiming that he cannot join hands with the ruling government. This comes after Raila, the burial in Kisumu, insisted that he will not give up on the fight for Kenyans' liberation and that he will not join government as other leaders leaving Azimio have done. In a quick rebuttal, Gachagua told Raila that the President William Ruto-led government is not interested in having him on board, further claiming that he will destroy the government as he did to President Uhuru's leadership.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia, we have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. The last time uliingia serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta aliharibu wako haribu. Mungetaka akaribia serikali yetu? Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya. Na kazi ya kufanya tumepata rais ambaye ako na maono ya kufanya kazi. Na hatutaki usaidizi kwa huyo mzee.
And President William Ruto has announced the establishment of Kazi ya Mazingira to replace Kazi Mtaani. Speaking in Muranga during an interdenominational prayer service, the president said that the youth who have been engaged under the Kazi Mtaani will now be employed to plant the envisaged 5 billion trees in 5 years. The head of state said that getting to 30% tree cover in the country will ensure that Kenya contributes positively in the community of nations in its quest towards climate change mitigation. The president said that working with Parliament, the act that created the Constituency Development Fund CDFNG will be reviewed to make provisions for CDFNG to include funds that will be provided to the youth and women groups to enable them to establish tree nurseries to provide tree seedlings for planting trees. Now, Director of Public Prosecutions Nuruddin Haji has defended himself over his decision to withdraw some cases from court, insisting that they were withdrawn following the procedure regarding the evidence. In an interview with KTN News, Haji emphasized that some of the cases presented in court did not have enough evidence after the DCI presented weak evidence, and that the ODPP proceeded with the prosecution with the hope that the investigative agency would present more evidence.
A lot of the decisions that we made initially was based on the threshold test, whereby you agree together with the DCI on a gentleman's agreement that evidence will be availed. We have reached a certain level of threshold that we feel we can have a prospective conviction out of what we're going to present. But we also understand that investigations will still continue and the evidence will be availed. And that commitment is taken. However, over time, we discovered that the DCI at that time was not serious in availing this evidence. And that's why we had a pull and shove between the two offices, because I could not allow any longer to have cases that did not have the desired threshold and did not meet what we felt was sufficient for us to go to court.
Haji said that some evidence presented before him were fake despite them coming from the DCI.
We will depend on a document that is certified by a document examiner from the office of the DCI. And if he presents it to us, we expect that he is professional, we expect that he is somebody of integrity, and we take it on face value that the fact that he has certified and said that this document belongs to Safia Wanuna, then it does, and we will present it in court. But what happened here, and even in my own case, because a case was brought against me and the documents were forged, we were depending on the professionalism and the integrity of the office of the DCI. Unfortunately, that was not what was happening.
Haji emphasized that he does not regret his position, which he insists is to protect the independence of the institution, claiming that he was under severe pressure to make his decisions against the law. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today, this morning at Spice FM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody wants to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. No, I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, as we start Monday morning, how are we seeing the roads looking like today? Right now, the roads are not so bad, but heading towards town from all directions, whether it's Mombasa Road, Thika Superhighway, Langata Road, Ngong Road, it's not looking so bad. Jogoo Road as well is moving on smoothly. Kangundo Road into town, nothing major to report. However, let's see how things will be looking like in about half an hour. Good morning.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
Hola,
Room.
how you doing?
The only way to
Welcome
start
to
your
Monday. It's the final day of October 2022, 31st. City, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
And you?
I'm very well, thank you as well. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. It's getting warm, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. Yes. One would actually say it's getting hot.
It is.
It's getting hot in here.
Because you wake up in the morning and it's warm. And that is... I actually thought I was unwell. You know how it is mentally, you're used to that cold in the morning. So when you wake up and there's a small sweat, you wonder, am I
okay?
Yes, have I gotten something? Then you realize, no, you haven't actually. It's getting warmer.
Hot enough for you to actually wake up sweating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, where? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu is away this week. She has decided that even she has batteries. And they need to be recharged. And so she's away to do exactly that. Let me tell you what we're going to be discussing today. At 7 a.m., we will have Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna in the studio talking about the Azimio agenda in the minority benches of both houses of parliament. What is it that we hope to see from them? Remember, Edwin is the Secretary General of ODM. The second biggest party in the National Assembly and in the Senate. We will be hearing from him. He also sponsored a motion the other day that had some interesting outcome. This is the one about parking fees for essential vehicles in these facilities, whether it's hospitals, in malls, and such other places. So we'll ask him about that. We want to understand that. I mean, what exactly does that mean? Who benefits and who doesn't? At 8 o'clock, we'll have another conversation, and this is on President William Ruto's affordable housing projects. Is it a reality? Is it a fantasy? What exactly does he need to do to get this realized? The Honorable Dr. Architect Daniel Manduku is MP for Nyeri Masaba and a member of Parliamentary Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. He will be here at 8 o'clock. We will have that conversation with him. What do we hope to see from the housing agenda of Dr. William Ruto? It's an interesting one.
That will be an interesting conversation. Extremely interesting.
Remember, Ruto is very big on this. He has already launched the Kibra project. He has gone ahead to inspect a project in Nakuru. He has been looking at the other projects in other parts of the city. He has met with the insurance and pension funds and has told them, you people, there's a way we can put in money so that then that money goes into housing. He has cancelled Kazi Mtaani and said we are going to employ people in housing projects. Where? Big. And the target is how many houses? 200,000 houses a year. A year. So by 2027, we should have 1 million homes.
We should. It'll be quite a leap, really.
Why?
How many have we done so far? 10,000? 12,000?
12,000.
Precisely.
Against a target of 500,000.
Yes, in total.
Yes.
So the deficit is big.
Yeah.
But with every new day comes new hope.
Okay. Let us see how that hope plays out, man. What exactly do you see? Okay, there are several things that are happening with William Ruto's first days in office. There are promises that he made during campaigns and him coming to say when he's going to fulfill them, like the Hustler Fund, and saying, that one, give me until December. You'll have the Hustler Fund up and running. And then cost of living. He says, 1 year, I'll sort it out. And
you see, I really wonder why it is politicians insist on placing notable achievements within a time space of something like 3 months. What can really happen in 3 months? In all honesty, beyond stating or re-emphasizing what you said previously.
Yeah.
Whatever effort you make, at very best, will be tokenism. I have attempted this. I have said this. I have spoken so and so. Agenda setting. I actually think that this government has something that you can best be referred to as opportunity. When you've caught the imagination of your people and they have expectations, you are in a good place.
Yes.
And it is not an opportunity that must be missed.
Yes.
The difficulty is, how do you communicate the things that you want to do in a way that they're not only believable, but they're also achievable? Because when you promise, people will hold you to a promise. And I say this because when we have a constituency that constantly grows, who consume instant information, they also want instant results. And unfortunately, in development, they don't work that way. So how do you communicate this without eroding the hope and expectation? But this government has an opportunity, and a beautiful one. I said it last week, and I'm going to repeat it. It's an opportunity they should not squander.
They have immense goodwill.
They have immense goodwill. They should do everything within their means not to squander it. Because moving from a position where you had it and it's gone, it's not an uphill task. It's the task of many hills and mountains. Yes.
Well, the message is home. It's 6:15. We are live streaming the show as we usually do on Facebook and YouTube. If you're online, even on Twitter and Instagram, say hello to us, and we'll be doing our usual round of roll call shortly after we take a look at the weather forecast. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there will be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hiya. Even as we see that it's hot in Nairobi, expect some light rains some point today in Nairobi. Highs of 27 and lows of 16. Mombasa the same, some light rains, highs of 30 and lows of 24. In Malindi, light rains as well, highs of 26 and highs of 30 and lows of 25. Clear skies in Kisumu, highs of 31. Clear skies as well in Nakuru, clear skies, but mostly cloudy in Nyeri. In Dar es Salaam, light rains. In Kakamega, clear skies as well. Johannesburg, South Africa, partly cloudy day. Kampala, Uganda, partly cloudy. Lagos, Nigeria, light rains. And Kinshasa, DRC, rain. In London, they're going to be waking up to a cloudy morning. In New York, clear skies into the morning. Paris, light rain. And China, Beijing is currently sunny at 15 degrees. It's going to rise to 17 and then drop to 1.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and how are you doing? Who is online? Grace Muhanji is online. Good morning from Bungoma, that's what she says. Emmanuel Achayo tuned in from Gem, Karariu. What's Karariu?
Spell it.
K-A-R-A-R-I-W.
Well, this Riu is... Ka usually means the place of. So that place must be called Karariu.
Okay.
Yes.
Emmanuel Achayo is in Gem, Karariu. Atieno Jackson Jermaine, good morning. Kisumu is locked in. Robert Bogo, good morning from Mombasa. Dr. Henry Ochoki tuned in. Edwin Muchabe kutoka Chepngombe, Moturumesi, Borabu, Nyamira County. Ndani ya show. Okay, kila mutu. Maybin Kalomo, good morning. Spice FM, I'm watching from Kolwezi. Where is Kolwezi?
Spell it.
Kolwezi. Just like
Kolwezi.
that. Yes.
I have no idea.
Maybe in Colombo. Where is Kolwezi?
You know, when you mentioned Kolwezi, my mind went to Kolwen. There's somebody who always calls from Kolwen.
From Kolwen.
Always. Yes.
This one is in Kolwezi. Andrew Mark, Nakuru City, listening live. Beatrice Ngenia, good morning. Simon Odhiambo, morning friends. We thank God it's rained throughout the night in Magarini. Allah! It's raining in Magarini.
And it hadn't rained for God knows how long, had it not?
Hiya.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. The problem is, if you aren't prepared to benefit from it and to harvest it, it'll be just as destructive as a drought. Because it will now wash away something you call
just
valuable.
Washing.
Topsoil.
Topsoil.
Tender.
Paul Ntaya, good morning, studio. Narokis is where I'm listening from. Welcome. Peter Mora, good morning from Denderu, Ruaka. Koriot, Nandi County, we are tuned in. Laban Tanui Kaptel. Robin Wanamahele. Pamoja, sawa bwana. Jared Orure Muruteti, tuned in from Nyachichi Secondary School, Kitutu Masaba, Nyamira County. Tobias Nyongesa, tuned in from Kamkuywa Market. Benson, tuned in. Nyakundi Jack the CEO, good morning from Makutano Meru. Peter Mboro, tuned in from Olkalau Nyandarua. Welcome. Good morning here at Komarok. I'm locked in at Abdikadir Abdallah, Farista Muganda from Wabubere Mumias. Kama Kawaida. Ezekiel Terus, good morning, gentlemen. Greetings from Kaptagat. Worried about the road accidents, driving carefully and some guy hits you from nowhere. Yeah, that one is really something to talk about. Elkana Eric Masoti Nyakango, good morning from Colorado, USA. Listening from the trepidation from Lavington. Another week. Andrew Franklin, good morning and welcome. Kandoch Brown Mwangi, tuned in from Ruai Bypass. Tuned from Kolenyo. There. Nyeketi.
Nyakach. Yes.
From Kolenyo. So Kolenyo is in Nyakach?
Yes, there's a place called Kolen, yes.
And the Nyakach is in?
Nyakach is in Kisumu County. Sub-county.
Okay. Who else is tuned in? Kolwezi is in DRC, Andrew Franklin tells us.
Oh, Kolwezi, not Kolwenya.
Kolwezi. Abdikadir Abdallah, locked in from Komarok. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation city.
Yes.
The Proverb.
We are now in the country of Egypt, the
Uh-huh.
land of the pharaohs. And there's one particular proverb that really caught my attention.
Yeah.
Simple, straightforward proverb.
Yes.
Beware of him you have been charitable.
Beware of him
to whom actually you have been charitable.
Beware of him to whom you've been charitable.
Yes. This person you've been kind to and you've been helpful to.
Chunga,
That's the person you should be careful.
Why?
Well, this is my understanding of it.
Yeah.
We're dealing with the currency of what I call ingratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And the duplicity of human nature.
Uh-huh.
Many people, when they have received the assistance, you see, the circumstances change from a position of want, they now have.
Uh-huh.
Now, when that position changes, they also change. And some people are slow, some outrightly do not want a situation where they are indebted to somebody else. So they will change the narrative. And in changing the narrative, the relationship changes. So this person who was once their friend could very quickly become somebody they consider to be an enemy. And all because this is the person that helped them out of a tricky situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Beware of the person.
Of him.
To
whom you have been charitable. That's the person you need to be careful about.
All right. Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines, shall we?
Yes.
Let me tell you what's on the Standard front page. Unions oppose Ruto plan to hit salaried staff. Workers say unless the cost of living is brought down, the new tax plan will be an extra burden. But the president maintains he will push through with a recommendation to have employees in formal jobs pay up. That story given page 4 and 5. The other side of the same front page of the Standard, jitters in Mount Kenya over Azimio future. Leaders who vied under Azimio umbrella are at a crossroads on the fate of the opposition coalition. A factor that has not been made better by the silence by top officials raising questions as to whether it will survive the political turbulence for the next 5 years. And they quote some 3 leaders. One of them is Jeremiah Kioni, the Jubilee Secretary General. He says, "We've held 3 meetings with Azimio coalition organs and the top leadership led by Raila and Uhuru. By next year, Azimio will be back in full force and it shall present itself as the alternative government." By when? Next year.
Next.
Kanini Kega says, "If I wanted to be re-elected, I could have insulted the former president and say he had neglected our region. But I chose the truth. And even if the situation is repeated, I would stand with Uhuru." Okay. Charles Kabiru, who was the senator for Kirinyaga County, he was an independent, but he was vying again with Azimio. He said, "The Azimio coalition party is done and dusted. I moved on to other private and business matters. I've kept off politics."
One can only guess at the experience the person went through.
Azimio kitu gani? I moved on. I went on. But, the Nation headline, acid test for Raila. The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition exit clause comes alive next week, triggering a fresh dilemma for Raila Odinga and the outfit, which does not seem to have clear post-election plans. Jostling ahead of the 2027 elections also poses a major headache in the coalition, with the opposition chief indicating he is not ready to retire after his 5th presidential loss in August. Hey, where? Higher. The other stories on the front page of the Nation. Out in the cold, top Ruto loyalists wait for state jobs. After failing to make it to the president's cabinet and missing out in the shortlist for PSs, dozens of the head of state's lieutenants are still cooling their heels at home. Behind the scenes, the men and women have put up intense lobbying for state jobs in their bid to have something to hold on to ahead of the 27 elections. It has people like Hassan Sarai of Mombasa, people like Johnson Mudama, people like, there are people there who are basically being said to have been left in the cold. The back page of the Nation, 250,000 teachers to supervise the largest number of candidates. 3 million candidates will be sitting 3 national exams in November and December. We have 3 exams. We have KCPE, Exam 1, KCSE, Exam 2, Grade 6 moving into Junior Secondary, Exam 3. The forthcoming national exams for Grade 6, Standard 8 and Form 4 learners will be administered and marked by the highest number of teachers so far. The exams will also involve the highest number of candidates in the history of the country, totaling over 3 million. The TSC will deploy more than 250,000 teachers as centers, managers, supervisors, invigilators and examiners. The Commission deployed 242,406 teachers for the delayed 2021 exams that were administered between March and April. The unprecedented 3 sets of exams in basic education will also present a tough test for the new education CS, Ezekiel Machogu, who will be expected to deliver credible exams exactly a month after being sworn into office yesterday. He wasn't sworn into office yesterday, Bwana. Surely. Yesterday was Sunday. This man was sworn into office on, was it Friday or Thursday? Grade 6 learners will sit the inaugural Kenya Primary School Education Assessment. Oh, now it's called KPSEA. Kenya Primary School Education Assessment, ahead of their transition to junior secondary. They'll also have rehearsals on November 25th, and then the exams will be November 28th to 30th. So 3 exams happening around the same time.
Life is moving on.
It is, eh?
Yes.
Do you have did you guys do like that? Forget about them.
But I have the East African.
The new one.
Yes,
for this new week.
The new week.
Okay.
There's something that is of concern, and I'd like us to talk about it later, not today. Perhaps say around Wednesday, when I've spoken to 1 or 2 individuals who are perhaps privy to more information than I have. It's a problem in the region, and it has to do with a certain group called M23, operating between DRC, Congo, and Rwanda, Uganda, and also have their problem. Why this problem doesn't seem to go away? There have been attempts to get these groups to sit, talk, agree. On the one hand, you find the Congolese government, the DRC government saying, no. These guys are being sponsored by an external force. They don't want to talk to them. Nairobi, Kenya has tried to mediate on this matter. And at some point, they've even gotten to the table. But every once in a while, even as there are these discussions, it escalates. Why do I mention this? I mention this because one of the things that we seem to have in this region are pockets of insurrection. If you see it in DRC, it means it crosses the border. If you see it in Ethiopia, it means it crosses the border. If you see it in Somalia, it means it crosses the border. So essentially, a country like Kenya may not be involved in any direct conflict with anyone. If our neighbor Sudan has a problem, we will feel that problem.
Yeah.
And the problem is, problems have this nature of escalating and acquiring other problems that one didn't need. So, we will look at it.
We will.
Yes.
We will. It will be a good thing. I remember the former President Uhuru is leading the mediation talks for the East African community.
Yes.
With this. And the EAC heads of state have actually approved some military force.
They have.
From the countries.
And the military force actually exists.
And it's already on ground.
It's already on ground. But, these forces and their success are very much determined by the willingness of the warring factions to actually arrive at an understanding. Okay, now they are the behind-the-scene negotiations that take place. Now, these are usually fundamental to all this. But it gets to the bottom, and this is this. There are those who claim that the M23 are predominantly Congolese Tutsi. Okay? Now, the people who are in charge of the government in Rwanda are also Tutsi, predominantly so. So, there's been a huge attempt by President Kagame to ensure an inclusivity in his government. You've seen it. And one sees it. But some of these historical problems that they linger and they linger and they linger. Now, how on earth do you get to a point where you resolve it once and for all? Because the problems in that region, the problem in Rwanda didn't begin with Kagame. Kagame came into power because there were problems that had arisen for a long time. And he was fighting to bring about the very thing that Rwanda now has, stability. So now, how do you get this thing to work? Now, perhaps the East African community and what it promises may be one of those, should we say, activities that could begin the path to bringing a certain idea of inclusivity into a larger area which goes beyond your own area of jurisdiction. So, we wait and see.
There are those that benefit from these skirmishes.
Oh, there are those who profit immensely from it.
It's been over 20 years. We talk about this armed militia, the talk with the former president of the DRC, how can they be reintegrated into the former military, and then they can splinter and new groups emerge.
And the younger people grow up and they join. So it's like a culture that just seems to be growing and growing and growing. Remember the story we were being told by our friend who was an MP from Pokot. And he talked about Uganda and the issue around the Karamoja area. And he talked about what President Museveni did. Okay? Now, to understand the significance of what he was saying was to understand the unrest that was predominantly that area for the longest, to the point where we thought this area will never know peace. And whether we like it or not, the problems in that part of the world moved and came into Kenya. So we started having problems that were not of our making.
Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 7. The Room, theroom.com. The Room is a place where you go and find the best tech talent quickly and easily for you to drive growth and innovation in your organization. Have you visited theroom.com? You should. Or you should just go and look them out on social media at The Room Global on Twitter. Good morning. Let's take a look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Eric Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu. Kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa na uza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
So let me tell you what's happening on Jogoo Road. At Makadara, there's just the usual traffic as you're heading towards town. And this is around Makadara because of those bumps, because of a school that's around there. So that's the only thing I can tell you about Jogoo Road. Elsewhere, it's moving smoothly. Thika Superhighway, of course, you know, the end of Thika Superhighway, the end of Kiambu Road, the end of Muthaiga Road, all that intersection brings an issue. So it starts to build up there. It's moving, but it's not so good at Thika Superhighway, at that junction in Muthaiga. Beyond that, nothing else really to talk about. If you know of any issue that we need to talk about that we can alert everybody else, please let us know on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. And yes, like we said, drive carefully and make sure that you speak up against drink driving on Kenyan roads. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so the front page of the Standard today is talking about unions opposing president's plan to hit salaried staff. Here's a story. President William Ruto's push to raise more revenue and cut borrowing looks to further reduce the take-home for formal sector workers in the taxman's books. The new government, alarmed by the national debt that is approaching the maximum allowed limit of 10 trillion shillings, amid election promises requiring billions of shillings to fulfill, is once again pushing for a bigger slice of workers' wages. But workers are resisting all attempts to have them cough up more in taxes. The workers, through their union, say unless the cost of living is brought down, the new tax plan will be an extra burden. The president, who last week said Kenya is living beyond its means, is moving too fast in implementing numerous legislation that will hit pockets of the already strained workers. So, for example, the push to increase contributions to NHIF and the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, presents just a sneak peek into how much more workers will be expected to part with to fund the hustler's dream. The additional contributions look set to hit the few workers captured in the KRA system, while leaving out millions of Kenyans that have fashioned themselves as the informal sector. So this is the story. And then the other side of the story is where the workers' unions are opposing the president's plan to increase monthly contributions to NSSF. Kenya Union of Domestic Hotels, Education Institutions, Hospitals and Allied Workers, KUDEIHA, said the timing is inconvenient because workers are struggling with the high cost of living and heavy taxation. It's good to save, okay, but with a minimum wage of 15,200, our workers cannot afford such an increase. Ruto told us to wait a year before lowering maize flour prices. We also want him to give us time and wait for the economy to stabilize. According to KUDEIHA Secretary General Albanjeru, she said you want us to give you a year so the cost of living can come down.
Kabisa.
Wait for a year so then the cost of tax can go up. Sawa? Sawa nani? Tuko pamoja. Sijui kama tunaelewana watu ya hapa State House. Sijui kama tuko pamoja. Hao jamaa waambiwe wangoje mwaka moja. Tutaongeza NSSF.
You know, sometimes I wonder when such conversations are had or when pronouncements are made, knowing full well that there'll be unions, there'll be individuals in the country who will have a contrary opinion. Are they consulted before these announcements are made? Or is this one of these things where we call agenda setting? Wacha tuseme tusikie watasema nini.
But you see, on the NSSF issue, I don't know why KUDEIHA is coming in to speak now, because the president already met with KOTU and FKE bosses and NSSF bosses last week. Remember?
I did.
And they came out and announced, okay, we've struck a deal. Because of the proposed changes to the NSSF Act in 2013, which went to court and were halted, he called the three
this body that deal with, yes, stakeholders, good word.
And they agreed. And in fact, even yesterday, because the president was attending a church service in Muranga, he said, we have had a conversation with NSSF, KOTU, FKE. We have brokered a deal. We are going ahead with this plan to increase NSSF funds. I guess KUDEIHA is saying it's okay, but you just wait another for 1 year.
You see, there's the other question. When these leaders of these bodies are consulted, do they make a point of now talking to the people who are part of their unions or part of their organization? And do they also make it do they make it incumbent upon these leaders to ensure that it's communicated to the members? Because sometimes when you hear leaders speaking, they're anticipating or they know the reaction of the members.
Yep.
So they are distancing themselves from that particular position, because all these positions you speak of are elected. They're electoral. People are elected to those positions.
Into KUDEIHA boss, into whatever boss.
Yes, exactly. and this is someone who could be playing politics, but all these questions have to be asked. it was in the public domain, the president having a meeting with these people, and that's how it's done.
Yes.
And now it is their job to ensure that that message is passed down, and it is their job to ensure that the Mwananchi member of each of these organizations has gotten to understand.
However, is there a point that they're raising, though? Because I sort of feel like there is. The president says now, let's work with Parliament, let's regularize this thing. Okay? If we immediately increase deductions to NSSF and immediately go ahead and increase the deductions to NHIF, you immediately, and that is also coming from the employer as well, both of them, NSSF and NHIF, right? At this current time, you're basically taking away people's ability to spend. Is it a wise thing for it to be implemented immediately under the prevailing circumstances, or could you say that actually this is what will start getting us out of the rut that we find ourselves in?
It won't.
It won't get ourselves.
It won't. Your initial statement is the correct one. It won't. You never tax people into prosperity. The way the economy grows is if there is a large circulation of money. The very thing that you've said sponges the money, it removes it from circulation. People spend what they have. What they save, they know they're already saving it, so it's not something they spend.
Yeah.
The beneficiary are the banks and the government.
Yep.
Now, if you increase it, then how do you expect the circulation of money to increase? Very simply put, how is it going to increase when you've reduced its quantity?
People's spending power.
Yes. If this scheme can tell us that by doing this, they're going to increase more money into people's hands. See, that particular magic bullet was found in what we call the personal loan that was instituted and became the norm in Kibaki's time. So long as you could prove you have a regular pay, you could borrow. Now, that borrowing is what now spurred the growth that we kept talking about and the increase from 2 to 3% to 4 to 5 and so forth. Okay? Because when someone has money to spend, my friend, the way economic activity is spurred is not difficult to understand.
Mm-hmm.
If I buy more from the shop next to me and others can, that person is bound to stock better. The supplier is also able to supply more. When you supply more, you employ more people to help you with this work. The effect is profound. It's completely profound. Now, the complete opposite happens when you take that spending power away. People now are not able to do in the basic things, so they start cutting down. And when they start cutting down, economic activity also goes down.
Okay.
Yes.
How about if you look at it from the other way around? That if you, for example, increase contributions to NSSF, you're giving NSSF more money, a bigger kitty, then the government can come and borrow from NSSF and get away from the commercial market. So now the banks then are left for the hawking of loans, as you're saying.
You know, what you call domestic...
Because as he's saying, the president, is we are borrowing so much. We're borrowing externally, we're borrowing domestically, and domestically we're going to the financial markets to borrow, thereby crowding out the hustler. So instead of going to that market to crowd out the hustler, how about we go into these other savings? We borrow from our savings, like all the other governments do, like he keeps saying.
You know, it is actually the same thing, because the money you're talking about, NSSF doesn't have their own bank. That money is in the bank. And when the government borrows, it's still domestic borrowing. You call it what you like. What I would have liked to hear is, if you're going to borrow from us, can you give us a good return on it? So that the return then also reflects on what the workers expect. The benefit is that NSSF is a long-term saving scheme. So you, the government, benefits. But what is this sweetener that you can add so that one feels, okay, I am paying, but my benefit will be enormous because of what the government is going to pay. Now, there is no such sweetheart deal that one hears of. One just hears of they're going to borrow. We know banks benefit from this because they have the money and they can lend to the government. And the bonds pay well. We also know that banks who have these huge amounts of money can lend other banks with what we call overnight lending. Everyone seems to benefit from this money that we contribute, except us who contribute. That is a problem.
Maybe then the government now just goes directly to NSSF.
I am not certain.
The bond goes straight to NSSF at whatever, 12%, 14%, whatever. So NSSF is going to make money from the bond repayment.
But that would make a lot of sense. If you said that, And all the number crunchers come and crunch the numbers and say, if you've saved 200,000 shillings for this period of time, at the end of the year, this is what your return is going to be. I myself,
will put in.
Siti Muga, I'd say, hey, good. Makes sense. It's good business for me. I don't have to sell charcoal, neither do I have to sell stones. I just seem to say, take my money and do what you will with it. But it's something that other governments do. Huh? This discussion that we sometimes have with people who understand economics and finances better than we do. And they talk about the capacity of a country, they're talking about the debt portfolio versus the GDP and so forth. And they say, they quote Japan. Oh, Japan, 200%. Yes. They borrow domestically.
Yep.
And the citizens benefit from it. So it's a very good arrangement. Do you ever hear people complaining? They don't. Even if you go to 300, they couldn't care less because everyone benefits from it. But this one of ours, the benefit that accrues to the person who makes it possible for the NSSFs to have the money doesn't seem to benefit from this.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's the person who needs this benefit the most, I would argue. Those who already have, in this instance, are the ones who keep having more. So, plan on its own, nothing wrong with it. The circumstances that we live in require a little more sensitivity and a little handling and managing. But more importantly, communication as to how the Mwananchi can benefit from all this.
Yes.
Clearly.
Let us see where we are benefiting from this.
Yes.
Not that we are giving
No.
more money.
How do we benefit from it? The money bit and the government taking, we've gotten that one. How do we benefit?
Okay. What story are you looking at?
My friend, I'm looking at something very interesting. Huh? It is on page 25 of the Standard. This is international news, yeah? The world, eh? Grief as 153 die in South Korean party, eh? There's a celebration called Halloween. Eh? One started hearing of Halloween more so when one referred to the USA, and it's supposed to be a big thing. Now, those who subscribe to the Christian faith, the evangelical variety, don't have very many positive things to say about this particular ceremony. They're associated with dark spirits, and they're associated with all manner of things.
It's all evil.
And what have you. Now, this story is bizarre.
What happened?
Apparently, there was like a melee. People started running in a certain direction and they all went together.
Where? So there was like a street festival.
It was a street festival and people were having fun and they were hyped. And now that running, I guess people just followed. Now the unfortunate thing is they ran into a very narrow street.
Okay.
So people just piled on top of each other. Some fell, some were stepped on, and they were all running. So by the time they realized what had happened, a lot of people had been crushed under and people died. Bizarre. When I say bizarre, I mean bizarre.
Just a stampede in a short while.
In a short while, and you have 153 dead. There are 133 still in hospital. Now, my friend, what causes stampedes? There are those who call it a herd mentality. But when people are hyped, and these are people who are around in their 20s, by the way. These are young people. They were having fun. That's what they were doing. And this is how it turns out. Now, we shouldn't move away and focus just on the subject of Halloween, but herd mentality. We've seen situations where people were in a stadium, something happened and people decided to, not a stadium collapsing, that's a completely different story. People start running out, and because of that crowd gathering together, some fall, some are stepped on, people eventually die. Yes.
It was a weekend of all these kind of things, because just here in the DRC, hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands of people were attending a concert by musician Fally Ipupa. A stampede, and tens died.
Tens?
Yep.
And what caused the stampede?
It's just those things that you just can't explain exactly what happened, what started it. All right? Another story happened in India. At least 132 people died when a pedestrian suspension bridge collapsed in India's western state of Gujarat. A local official said most of those who had died were women, children, or elderly. The bridge in Morbi had been reopened just a week ago after repairs. There was overcrowding on the bridge at the time as people celebrated the Diwali festival. The bridge on the Machu River was built during British rule in the 19th century. The death toll is expected to rise further. 132 and counting. People on a bridge, they're celebrating Diwali. It's an old bridge. It had been closed. It was now reopened after repairs.
Oh dear. The bridge collapses.
Bridge collapses.
One of those weekends, huh?
One of those weekends. Over in Somalia, something happened in Mogadishu. Twin car bomb explosions near a busy junction in Mogadishu killed at least 100 people. Among the victims who were massacred, according to the president, were mothers with their children in their arms. President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud has appealed for international medical help to deal with the 300 people who are injured. He says, we really cannot send our people out of the country. There are very many people. So if you've got any medical help, please send the doctors here. Over 100 killed in Mogadishu.
Terrible weekend, this one. Huh?
It's just a horrible weekend. Horrible weekend. Really, really horrible.
There are days like those, aren't there?
There are.
Now, you had asked me earlier on in the morning with reference to the Brazilian elections.
Yes.
Interesting country, this one. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Very interesting country. Outside
they were
Africa,
holding their election yesterday.
and the results were out, of course.
Uh-huh.
And the gentleman with the name of Lula won 50.9%, leftist leaning, 66.3 million votes. Jair Bolsonaro, 49.1. These are the areas of era of landslides. You win by a small margin.
Yes.
And life goes on. 58.2. Now, the interesting conversation about this, remember, Lula faced some fairly harrowing times with the law.
Yes.
He was even a guest at some point.
Yes.
Okay? Now, this one isn't a statement that I've read from some profound analysis of the situation, but he says this guy's leftist leaning. The most likely thing one is bound to see in the not too distant future is, remember how he faced charges? Jair Bolsonaro will also be facing charges.
He will be heading there. Same.
But also, there'll be policy changes.
So Lula da Silva is back.
Oh, he is back.
He spent how many years in power? 7, 8 years in power, between 2003 and 2010.
Yes.
He was imprisoned in 2018.
Yes.
Conviction was later thrown out.
Yes.
The person who he had selected as his preferred successor, what was her name? Dilma Rousseff.
Yes.
Also faced issues before Jair Bolsonaro came in, and Dilma Rousseff as well faced. Okay. So it's the battle between the left and the right. And the left has won this time for a while. Before again we see. While Jair Bolsonaro lost, lawmakers close to him won a majority in Congress, which means that Lula will face stiff opposition to his policies in the legislative body.
He will.
But Lula, who served 2 terms in office between 2003 and 2010, is no stranger to forging political alliances. As his vice presidential running mate, he chose former rival Geraldo Alckmin, who ran against Lula in previous elections. So he has already brought in his own opposition guy, guy who opposed him in a previous election.
He has. There's something about Brazil.
Brought his own Kalonzo.
Sindio, which must be remembered. If you talk about an African diaspora outside Africa, Brazil has the largest. 55.9 million. They overtook the US, which had 46.9 million. Now, all I'm saying is...
African diaspora means people of African descent, of people,
yes,
or African nationals.
Descent.
Oh, okay.
Descent. Believe me, it's a story for another day. But you will find pockets of people in Brazil whom we even as Kenyans can relate to. People of communities.
People who speak Kikamba.
Yes, exactly. Oh, you know that story. They do.
There are Kambas in Brazil.
So, but there are Kambas even in South Africa or the southern part of Africa and speak Kikamba and deal in crafts. I mean, the African diaspora is a completely interesting thing. Yeah. But anyway, I thought I would just mention that.
Nice one.
Yes.
Let me bring you back to Kenya. The government has announced plans to push for diversification of crop farming in the country by identifying suitable crops for specific regions. The new Agriculture CS, Medekal Nturi, says his ministry is in the process of developing a crop master plan to guide farmers on which crops to grow in each region. He said the move is meant to improve the country's agriculture productivity with a view to boosting food security. He says the master plan will help to identify suitable crops for specific regions in the country, with farmers issued guidelines in a bid to improve our agriculture productivity. He further noted the government will contract farmers in specific counties to grow raw materials such as sunflower, cotton, soya, and other ingredients of animal feeds to reduce the high cost of production in the sector. The high cost of living in the country can only be resolved by raising agricultural productivity, as this will increase farmers' earnings, and excess product in the market will lead to immediate impact on the pricing of the consumer. He was on a tour of Trans Nzoia, one of Kenya's food baskets, where he officially opened the Kitale National Show. I don't understand what they're saying.
My friend, you've
Is
taken
it
the word.
anything new?
You've taken the words right from my mouth. I want to ask what is he talking about? And is he suggesting that people don't know this?
Well, for the longest time,
Yes.
the government had this plan.
Yes.
They knew, okay, this region is good with this and the other. That's what Calro does.
My friend. And they've been doing it from time immemorial.
So now, it's unless he says we want to rework on this master plan and reintroduce it.
But what are you reworking on when we didn't even implement fully what was suggested? And the implementation of these things we have seen, they work. The conversation, and here I'm going to be completely prescriptive. We have a research organization that informs us.
Yes.
And they inform us accurately because their stations are not in one place. They are diversified throughout the country.
Yes.
So they understand these things well. We are going to take their findings and see how best we can implement them further than they have been so far. That to me makes perfect sense.
Okay.
But talking as though nothing has been happening and now you're coming up to do this thing which hasn't happened before. Nah.
You know, when it comes to agriculture, I sometimes get this kind of jittery feeling. When I hear the national government speak, it speaks as though it does not recognize that agriculture is devolved. That there is a shared functionality with the counties. The president comes in and says, bring fertilizer, give farmers. New agriculture minister is saying, we are going to tell which farmers to grow what across the country. And we are going to contract farmers to grow sunflower, to grow soya, to grow cotton, and we're going to contract. So who's contracting? The national government is going to contract farmers. So where is the space? I never hear anything. The president has never mentioned the word, we shall work with governors on this agriculture.
I think that political mode where promises were being made on a wholesale basis, you know how it is, large manufacturing basis, that one? Some individuals within our political space haven't understood that you are in power. We've heard what you're saying. Tell us how you're going to do it and tell us what you're going to do. That thou you want to, we've got. You are planning to, we've gotten. You are going to, we've gotten. Okay, so now the how to. Please, just give us details.
Explain.
And start with, we will be working with the county government, and the county government ought to be informing you based on research findings and research processes that we know. So we have a guarantee that these things will work.
Yes.
Yes.
Have a meeting, have that summit. Among the things that should have happened by now is the president holding the summit with the governors, so we can all agree as we begin our terms, me as the president, you as governors, what can we do together?
One of the things that I think we do now, my statement was, I'm giving the president time. When the PSs and their ilk are in, that's when I start counting my 100 days. Not before.
It's 7 weeks, man.
Bro,
he chairs the summit. He does not need a cabinet to chair the summit. He chairs the summit of the national and county governments. He could do that. He could just call the governors and say, can we agree that we shall be meeting?
Eric, you know, that's the president. I was talking about myself.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm saying...
You will start counting when he gets his PSs.
I'm not talking about those things which he can do. See, he will do. Okay? Now, I'm simply saying, I've gone to fundamentals, 101. I am saying, I will start counting the 100 days when all the PSs are in place. Because then, I cannot be told that this couldn't be done because the accounting officer... Done, not a story. No. Everything, all the ducks, as they say, are in a row. So let's see the direction they're going to move in, shall we?
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. The meeting, the summit, by all means, let them happen.
48 days into William Ruto's presidency. It's 48.
Yes.
Already.
In my
he
books,
promised to give. He's taking.
in my books,
0 days.
0 days. Let those guys come in, then we start 1 and we move forward.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Remember, kmrc.co.ke is a sure way of you getting to own a home easily. Just go to kmrc.co.ke, see the participating banks and SACCOs. We'll tell you more about it. Good morning, it's 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Director of Public Prosecutions Nordin Haji has defended himself over his decision to withdraw some cases from court, insisting that they were withdrawn following the procedure regarding evidence. In an interview with KTN News, Haji emphasized that some of the cases presented in court did not have enough evidence after DCI presented weak evidence, and that the ODPP proceeded with the prosecution with the hope that the investigative agency would present more evidence.
A lot of the decisions that we made initially was based on the threshold test, whereby you agree together with the DCI on a gentleman's agreement that evidence will be availed. We have reached a certain level of threshold that we feel we can have a prospective conviction out of what we're going to present. But we also understand that investigations will still continue and the evidence will be availed. And that commitment is taken. However, over time, we discovered that the DCI at that time was not serious in availing this evidence. And that's why we had a pull and shove between the two offices, because I could not allow any longer to have cases that did not have the desired threshold and did not meet what we felt was sufficient for us to go to court.
Haji said that some evidence presented before him were fake despite them coming from the DCI.
We will depend on a document that is certified by a document examiner from the office of the DCI. And if he presents it to us, we expect that he is professional, we expect that he is somebody of integrity, and we take it on face value that the fact that he has certified and said that this document belongs to Sophia Wanuna, then it does, and we will present it in court. But what happened here, and even in my own case, because a case was brought against me and the documents were forged, we were depending on the professionalism and the integrity of the office of the DCI. Unfortunately, that was not what was happening.
Haji emphasized that he does not regret his position, which insisted to protect the independence of the institution.
We stood strong as ODPP, as independent institutions, despite threats, despite coercion. You know very well that my house was broken into at the last few months before election. I did not say much, but I was coerced. I was meant and I was pushed to feel as if I was a second citizen in this country, despite the fact that I'm a Kenyan. Basically, because people wanted to bend the constitution to serve their own interests. But I stood firmly, despite all those threats.
And Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua hit back at Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga after claiming that he cannot join hands with the ruling government. This comes after Raila, Ednah and Kisumu insisted that he will not give up on the fight for Kenya's liberation and that he will not join government as other leaders leaving Azimio have done. In a quick rebuttal, Gachagua told Raila that the President William Ruto-led government is not interested in having him on board, further claiming that he will destroy the government as he did to President Uhuru's leadership.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia, we have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. The last time uliingia serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta aliharibu wako haribu. Mungetaka akaribia serikali yetu? stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya. Na kazi ya kufanya tumepata rais ambaye ako na maono ya kufanya kazi. Na hatutaki usaidizi kwa huyo mzee.
And President William Ruto has announced the establishment of Kazi ya Mazingira to replace Kazi Mtaani. Speaking in Murang'a during an interdenominational prayer service, the president said that the youth who have been engaged under the Kazi Mtaani will now be employed to plant the envisaged 5 billion trees in 5 years. The head of state said that getting a 30% tree cover in the country will ensure that Kenya contributes positively to the community of nations in the quest towards climate change mitigation. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
If you are coming from Thika and you want to be in Nairobi in the next 30 minutes, I don't know how you're going to do, but let's just say when you get to the Outer Ring Junction, just get onto Outer Ring and find your way through the expressway. Because from drive-in, coming all the way to Murang'a Road, it's busy. Kiambu Road is also busy as you approach, of course, the Muthaiga interchange. Muthaiga Road is not so bad. Limuru Road, both ways into 1st and 2nd Parklands Avenue, 2nd and 3rd and 4th Parklands is also quite busy at that section. Jogoo Road heading into town is busy at Makadara and Hamza coming into town. Mombasa Road, nothing bad to report about, even in Mlolongo. So just a slight delay at Mlolongo, Syokimau area, but then the rest of it is also good. And the entry into the expressway is busy. That is at, what's that place called? Not Syokimau, Mlolongo. Yeah. The rest of the roads are actually not looking so bad. Langata Road heading into town towards the Timol Junction, not so bad. Ngong Road into town, only busy as you approach the junctions and the lights, but the rest of it is good. Anything we need to talk about, let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Seven after 7, good morning and welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room today. It's Eric and CT. Ndu is away. It's the final day of October 2022. This is a station that helps you to own a home easily by telling you about the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, owned by the government and 9 banks, 11 SACCOs. All they do basically is they refinance their mortgage lenders. So go to your bank and tell them, I'd like the KMRC deal to own a home. They give you a home loan. The tenure is up to 25 years and the interest rate is fixed at below 10%. So if you take, let's say, at 8%, which is around how much they're giving right now, 8% is fixed for the next 25 years. The good thing about that is with the fluctuations in interest rates, you don't get affected. And you can already plan ahead and see, how can I finish? You don't have to pay the home loan for the entire 25 years. But if you're paying rent today, just look at, instead of paying rent, pay rent as an investment. Rent yako, keja yako.
Indeed.
City, the day's proverb.
Yes, proverbs from the country of Egypt, the land of the pharaohs. Beware of him whom you have been charitable.
Beware of him to whom you've been charitable.
Yes. the person who you have been beneficial to, the person whom you have been kind to, the one whom you've bailed out, the one you pulled out of some deep hole. Beware of that person. There's a little currency that I like referring from time to time called ingratitude. You are most likely to see it in such a person.
So is it because your expectations are high?
Yes,
is this thing
that's part of
basically
it.
just telling you also when you give tender mema nenda zako?
That is what I think is at the heart of this particular proverb. But there's also the understanding that if someone is simply ungrateful, then that ends there. But it isn't just that. It's now the manifestations of the ingratitude. Rewriting the narrative so that you actually completely obliterate the assistance that you received. No, I did this on my own. I pulled myself by my bootstraps. I'm not the sort of person who people have helped. No. I believed in myself, and because I believed in myself, I knew that I could do anything. The sky was the limit.
I got a feeling that this is basically talking to if you are a giver.
Just give and let it go.
Yeah, because you're placing so much expectation. You want, because now when somebody starts to succeed, you want them to be saying, why? But for CT, I wouldn't be here. You're right. If they said it once, okay.
Now
you cannot be like a shareholder in their success. You cannot be receiving a dividend.
There's that, but I think there's also that where somebody ensures that you never even claim that. So forget what you think. They ring fence it. So the opportunity of you ever even pinpointing in the slightest way possible that you remotely contributed, it will not arise. There is that little addition to it.
Where? Where?
It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. But it's gratitude. You see, as we're speaking, I'm reminded of a biblical story of 10 lepers who were all healed.
Only one came back.
Only one. One. The others, they had been healed. So where was the problem?
See, they moved on.
See, they remained healed. Then?
This one who came to say thank you. Did he receive double portion of healing?
No, it was just us and wale wengine mlikuwa wengi sasa walienda wapi?
Ameenda.
But look at it. I mean, it's just a realistic looking at human nature and how people respond to things. But it's also a point to not just the character, but it points to the being of an individual. Because that person who runs away from it tells you something about him. The one who is grateful and says, look, I acknowledge this, and I know that without your assistance, it is unlikely that I would have done this the way it happened. It tells you more about that person.
That person.
Yes. And it also tells you when someone does something and they're heavy on expectation, it also tells you about them. Because they're not doing it to help you. It's like they're doing it so that it can be acknowledged that they're the sort of people who do such things for other people. So,
wow.
Mixed bag.
We're going to have a conversation with the ODM Secretary General and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. He'll be joining us shortly. He got a bit delayed. He's on the way. But let me tell you a story that's on page 3 of the Standard today. It's about a man who was convicted of rape, spent 12 years in jail, and now went back home. John Macharia is 52 years old. He was convicted of rape in 2010. He was slapped with an 18-year jail term. He served his term at Nakuru GK and Naivasha maximum security prisons. After concluding the sentence last week, relatives and friends picked him up from prison and escorted him home. And his home is in Gashuhi village in Njoro, Nakuru County. So he says once he got home, the first person to meet was a sister to the girl that he was accused of raping. He says, I was in tears as I pleaded for forgiveness. Macharia, who still maintains his innocence, says that a neighbor framed him for raping his daughter. I used to diligently work for the man as a farmhand. I was shocked when he made such allegations. They had hired witnesses against me and I lost the case. So with all that happened, the man was sent to jail. He was 40 by the time he was being sentenced. Losing 18 years of my life at that age felt like a death sentence. My wife was 30 years old then. Of course, I did not expect for her to wait for me. However, Masharia's wife, Rebecca Wanjiku, vowed to stay and promised to take good care of their 2 children who were 4 and 2 years old then. 4 and 2.
12 years down the line.
Coming back to find
14, 16.
Teenagers. But this is what she did. She refused to move on without me and insisted that she would fight for my release through an appeal or wait for the jail term to end. I was impressed by her support. Speaking about how life was after her husband was sent to prison, Wanjiku is emotional. She fights hard for tears. She says, life was difficult. I was stigmatized and isolated. I sank into depression. I had to sell our only cow to raise legal fees for the case. Hard-pressed, Wanjiku was forced to work as a casual laborer at a farm where she was paid 100 bob per day. It was a struggle. Sometimes I could not afford money to go visit my husband in prison. Forced to accept his fate, Macharia turned to religion. For solace, he enrolled for a diploma in theology and was among the best performing students. He became a preacher in prison. In fact, people started calling him pastor. The man is giving so much credit to his wife because he says the wife stuck by him with everything, all the ups and downs. She never left. She stayed there. She never went anywhere. And now, he says, I am shocked to see the development that she has done at our home. She bought another cow and now she sells milk to other residents. The mud-walled house that I had left has been replaced with a stone house. That's what he's come back to find.
You know my take-home message in this? Remember that Legal Aid Act in Kenya?
Yep.
Which somehow never seems to get funded.
Yep.
Or if it's funded, it is so minuscule, one really doesn't understand what the funding is for. Would that not have assisted someone like this? Because who pleaded innocent? He said he was innocent. But what about the many others who we keep hearing were jailed? And somehow the clarity of it, it's not the lack of clarity, but the lack of representation.
People who get into that system, and because of your status, because you are poor,
that's it.
You go to jail.
Yes.
You don't go to jail because you're guilty necessarily.
No.
You go to jail mostly because you're poor.
You put it well.
There's a lawyer in the studio, Edwin Sifuna, Senator. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, Senator?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
First of all, it's the first time that we're seeing you since Upande Nini Daraja. Congratulations.
Tangu munipandishe daraja. Nyinyi ndio mulinipandisha daraja.
Kabisa.
So, thank you so much for the support that you've given me over the years. You know, they say that you could have all these good ideas and ability, but if nobody ever sees it, then they cannot pandisha you the daraja that you're saying. So by availing this platform for me, I believe many people in Nairobi and in Kenya were able to see that I could actually be a legislator, and they have given me that opportunity. So I thank you most profoundly, and to all your listeners and viewers, I say thank you so much for giving me that position.
Karibu sana.
Absolutely.
I want to tell you again face to face that yes, to whom much is given, much is also expected.
Absolutely.
This show will make sure that there's a fire under your bum every day.
I think you cannot threaten
it is not
a rocket. Listen,
it is not a threat.
You don't threaten to put fire below a rocket or at the bottom of a rocket. That's exactly what propels it to the higher level. So I welcome all fire. I remember City.
Yes.
I made a commitment here.
Yes, you did.
I remember you were here. That in fact that is what I expect. That even after I have become the Senator of Nairobi, I expect that we will sit on this show and you will put that fire that he is alluding to. But I can take it. I can guarantee you.
This man isn't alluding. He's stating categorically.
Senator.
Yes, sir.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
I think starting off from just that point that CT has raised, because we've talked about it a number of times.
Absolutely.
Legal aid in the country.
Yeah.
What's the status of that?
No, I mean, the point that you make is quite valid, that in fact it is very easy for you to get into very serious legal problems if you do not have the sort of proper legal representation that you need. True that there is a Legal Aid Act and that we had expected that, of course, even if most of the work that is done under that act by the lawyers is usually supposed to be pro bono work, but even pro bono work requires some little facilitation, and you will see that mostly it is the young lawyers, the people who are beginning, who probably have a little bit more time on their hands, who volunteer for these services, and they need some motivation, just something to even just clean your jacket, so that when you go to court you
something
look like
to brush your shoes.
Absolutely, so that you look like a proper lawyer and you're able to do a good job. So many people have found themselves at very difficult legal problems because they lack representation. To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed. Things happen harder for you when you are without means. So of course I used to do it myself. I used to contribute a few hours of my time towards representation of people who could not afford legal representation. But to be honest with you, as I've grown older and in the profession, it becomes harder and harder for you to find the time to be able to do it. And now certainly I haven't given any hours this year because of what I have been involved in. But yes, we will have to look at it and to try and see if greater financing can be channeled to us. Is because we know the value of it. If you attend any of the magistrates' courts across the country, you will see a lot of these petty offenders, people who have been accused of all sorts of petty things, from destruction of forest. I was in Kakamega just recently. Somebody was being charged with cutting a tree illegally in the Kakamega forest, and you could see this somebody who was just trying to be able to get something to eat, so it is a very dire situation, and we, of course, as a representative of the people, we will continue to represent, to raise a voice and say that we need more resources allocated to these things.
In Parliament now that you are a parliamentarian,
yes,
your job is cut out for you.
Absolutely.
And you now sit in the minority in the Senate. There's a lot of expectation on the minority, and of course then we've had this conversation now. So is a minority an opposition? Is opposition, or should we look at Parliament as Parliament and not Parliament as opposition and government? But there is still expectation that we have a government in place, and this government is to be held to account. But there is also people's representation, and those people's representation or representatives also have a job that they ought to do. Now, how do you see yourself playing in this space? You joined the Senate, you are in the minority side, there is a government in place, it's come in with very many promises that it needs to fulfill, and you have got to make sure that it does that.
Well, first of all, in the system of governance that we have, the presidential system, it is actually the responsibility of Parliament as a whole to oversight the executive. But at the advent of this system in 2013, when we had the first Parliament under the new constitution, there was I don't know how I can categorize it, but the members of Parliament then who are elected on the ruling party conflated their role, so that they saw themselves as an extension of the executive, because it was sort of a hangover from the previous system that we had, that people thought, this is a government MP and this is an opposition MP. So that if you remember correctly, during those times when we had the so-called tyranny of numbers, they understood their role to be essentially to defend the Jubilee regime, to be able to give them whatever they want. They neutered all the constitutional, safeguards in terms of even oversight. You had CS now Linturi confessing of how at one particular point when he wanted to bring an impeachment motion against a cabinet secretary, he was leaned upon by the executive because he told them, wewe ni mtu wa serikali. But as it is right now, sometimes it is possible for us to find a middle ground, even from our colleagues in the Senate. And I want to be very clear here that the leadership of the Kenya Kwanza in the Senate, at least Senator Aaron Cheruiyot and the others, Kinaboni Halwale, they can find objectivity. When they mean to find objectivity, they can actually find objectivity and say that this is something we need to speak about as a house, put our heads together and try and find solutions for Kenyans. But for us as members of the minority side as well, this oversight role is going to be clearer, not necessarily within the Houses of Parliament, but outside, because city people expect us to be able to speak for them even if in the Houses of Parliament, because of the nature of how decisions are made on the floor, that it is a numerical strength issue. That it is possible for you to want to do something good for the people, or that is something that is against government's propositions or proposals, but because you don't have the numbers to be able to do that, then you are not as effective in terms of pushing back. But there are other ways, so there are other platforms, including these ones, where when we speak about issues, then people understand that there is actually representation of the minority side, and not necessarily it is not a voting issue. Like when I'm here and I see that something that government has proposed, for instance, is not something that is pro-people, and I have received a lot of petitions, people complaining. This is how we operate. We are able to then just raise their voice, because you see, the role of parliament is not just legislative. It is also, you have to be the people's voice. Not many people will be invited to this studio. But if there are things that those people want to say, I will say them. Yeah. Many of the things you see, like this issue that City was calling me to discuss here, the question of parking, it is not about Sifuna, because you know for a fact that I can afford to pay parking. But there are people who cannot afford to pay parking. And it is important for them to be represented, So that is how we are going to do it. That is how I see my role. It is always it's not always possible to find that middle ground or by partisanship, but I have argued, in fact, that sometimes when there is a matter affecting the country, affecting the people, we can be objective about it. The cost of living is very high. I am in the Senate Committee on Energy. I was very happy that my chairman, who of course comes from the majority side, put out a statement last week saying we as the energy committee have to do something about the cost of electricity. And we were breaking it down. You buy 100 shilling token, only 49 shillings goes to buying tokens. That is 3.9 tokens. The rest of it is charges and fees and levies, and it's just ridiculous. So this is something that we all agree it doesn't make any sense.
It's too expensive.
Yes, it is too expensive. You go deeper and try and understand what is the reason why this power cost is this high. Then you understand that there are a lot of interest in the energy sector. We have all these contracts as we signed with people who produce power using diesel. It's very expensive. In fact, of that 51 shillings that goes to taxes and levies, the biggest component, I think it was about 27 shillings, is for fuel cost charge. So it is just obvious that we need to do something about it. And I was happy that wherever it is you sit in the house, this is a real problem affecting real people, and we can do something about it as a Senate.
Mheshimiwa, what you're saying, if it was given a tune, would be music that I would really like to keep listening to.
Yes.
In fact, it's the only music I'd probably listen to in my car. But are we then saying, or do I hear you to be saying, that we have gotten to a point in our politics where politicians can actually look at issues for what they are without due consideration to party positions and party leadership positions? Are you saying that?
It is possible. I'm saying, at least in the Senate, I have seen it from the leadership of the majority side, that they are willing to have that conversation. That a problem, we can agree that this is a flask.
Yes.
You don't have to see a cup because you are from the minority or majority side. So even, for instance, the motion that we passed last week, it received bipartisan support, because people understand if you can define a problem and we all see this is a problem, and we have the capacity to do something about it, it is possible. And we represent the same people, by the way, city. Yes. All the same people who voted for Sifuna here in the city, for instance, voted for Sakaja, from the other side. But we represent the same people who talk to me. They also talk to leaders elected on the other side, and they say the same thing. It is not as if the Kenya Kwanza supporters are buying electricity at a different price from the Azimio side. No, this is a problem everywhere. We have argued with them, for instance, about what we need to do in the short term on the cost of living. They have proposed to us a long-term solution, saying, maybe it will take 1 year for the cost of unga to come down. We have argued that because we know how long it takes for a human being to die if they are unable to feed themselves, we cannot wait for a year. We have asked, for instance, that city, it would have been easier for them to retain that subsidy, which ensured that unga was retailing at 100 shillings for the short term. Because I think just 1 year for them to get the act together, it is possible to retain that subsidy. Even when it comes to fuel, they argue that the fuel subsidy was benefiting 5 companies. the person in Mukuru Kwanjenga who's buying kerosene at 127 a litre now doesn't know these companies you're talking about. All they know is that they used to buy kerosene at 127, but now it's 150. You know, that is the difference in their lives. So I have asked them, is it not possible for us to say, okay, maybe you need time to sort out all these cartels and others, but can we be alive to see the end of these cartels? But if I don't eat, in 3 weeks I'm dead, you know? So let us, it is difficult, yes, to have these conversations. They have a different view of how to do it. They're telling us, oh, we have to wait for the new crop to be harvested and the others. But we have thought that it would have been better for them to cushion Kenyans now, so that we are all alive after that 1 year. And you know, the problem is that also the person who's proposing those timelines, it does not have a history of keeping within those timelines. So it could be 1 year now, but when we ask him later, after 1 year, he will say the problem was greater, give me another 6 months, you know? And Kenyans are suffering. So it is possible, City. I think with the sort of leadership we have, especially the Senate this time round has a lot of young people. We are very enthusiastic. We want to get things going. But we're also getting to learn a few things about this legislative process. It's not the easiest. Because I can tell you, we've been expressed this frustration to the Speaker that if you look at this monster called the order paper, it is such a rigid thing, and it is so annoying that every day you go into sitting of a house, there is an order paper that then lists certain things. And the most important things, in my view, like motions and petitions and bills, they come at the very tail end. So there is something called statement hour. The order, the standing orders defines statement hour to be just that, 1 hour for statements. But most of the times it is statements day, you know. So that like this motion we had on parking, it was on the order paper for at least I think 12 sitting days. And that is almost 3 weeks, my brother. So every time you get into the house, because the order paper has to be followed, when you get to statements, and you know Senate sits only from 2:30 to 6:30. I don't think that we are doing value to the taxpayers. But that is a story for another day. Tomorrow we'll be in Mombasa to discuss these things, even with the House Business Committee.
Are we going to break it?
Yes, take a break.
Yes.
It's 7:30. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna is with us in the studio in the Situation Room. We are talking about the role of the minority in the Senate and the role of Parliament in totality in holding the government to account. Keep it here for more conversations. Remember The Room, theroom.com, The Room at The Room Global. This is a place where you go to find the best tech talent who've been trained by African Leadership Group. They've been trained on alxafrica.com, and they have been vetted, and they are good. Whether you're talking about cloud developers, web developers, all sort of software engineers, even virtual assistants, you'll get them there. Theroom.com. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
All right, so how's the weather going to look like today? Light rain in Nairobi, highs of 27. They are saying that there'll be rain showers in Mombasa as well. Current temperatures 25, rising to 30. Malindi, light rain as well, highs of 30. Kisumu, mostly cloudy day, highs of 31. Nyeri, cloudy day at 26. Nakuru, sunny day at 14, presently rising to 26. Eldoret, mostly cloudy at 30. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, light rains at 31. Johannesburg, sunny day at 26. Kampala, mostly sunny day at 29. Lagos, light rain at 32. Kinshasa, rain showers at 30. London, clear skies at 18. Paris, light rains at 20. New York, partly cloudy at 17. And Beijing, China, sunny evening at 17. Thika Superhighway, so it has stretched beyond Allsops. It goes all the way to Ngumba. That is how bad the traffic is. So it's all the way to around the Safari Park Hotel. That's the traffic starts from there, heading towards the CBD. And it ends, of course, abruptly at the Murang'a Road junction. This is Murang'a Road into Kiambu Road into Muthaiga Road. All those three roads join Murang'a Road at that interchange, that tunnel that then branches off into Wangari Maathai and Murang'a Road. There's a serious design issue there. And I think the senator will tell him about it so I can go and raise it in Parliament. Always the problem is up to that point, because beyond Murang'a Road, beyond the tunnel into Wangari Maathai Road, it's all moving. Something needs to be addressed there, Senator.
Yeah, luckily for you, I also sit on the Senate Transport Committee, and we are scheduled to have a conversation with all the leadership of the various institutions, from the Kenas to the Kuras. Another thing that I noticed very quickly, because here in Nairobi, Nairobians will call you and say, "Oh, such and such a road is in such a bad state. We need to have it fixed." And when you go there, to the road agencies, you realize that there is a very great deal of confusion as to which roads belong to Kera, as to which roads are for Kura, as to which roads are supposed to be done by the by Kena or
county.
by the county.
Yep.
So you have a conversation with stakeholders, because you see, people always bring these issues to us. I had a conversation with members of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. They're complaining about the Dar es Salaam Road and Homa Bay Road. You go and see the Director General, Kura, and you're like, hey, so this one, who is supposed to do it, tells you this one is ours, but this other one is not ours. This one you have to. And there is a huge Gazette notice that was put out a few years ago, essentially classifying which road is where. It is bigger than
it's voluminous.
It's huge, yeah. So we need to get out of this confusion, because in somebody's head, because Nairobi is a city, you would expect that Kenya Rural Roads Authority has no role.
Yeah.
But there are certain roads, there are certain roads that they...
But does it not sound to you like this is contrived confusion? I mean...
Absolutely.
When there's such clarity, and then when it comes to the organs of state that are supposed to be in charge of it, they are the ones who are portraying confusion. There is no confusion.
Yeah, we need to sort it out so that when there is an issue, we know who is responsible for it. That clarity is what will attach a responsibility. As believers in devolution, there is a conversation, and my chairman also in the committee agrees that we need to, this thing of unbundling functions, central government agencies that have no business, in matters that are devolved. There are certain roads that are devolved, but then there are agencies from the national government that are in charge of those roads. It's also an issue.
Yep.
We need to be able to fully devolve the functions that are set out in Schedule 4 of the Constitution and the attendant resources. And I hope that it will be done during this term, because I can assure you, City, this is one thing that there is no minority and majority side on.
Everyone is agreed on this.
Absolutely. Everybody's in agreement that, in fact, this needs to happen. And we're very happy that at least two of our colleagues in the Senate have gotten the opportunity to go into cabinet now. We have our former colleague in the Senate as well, a former senator. I was not there then, but who is now the Speaker of the National Assembly. Some of those, tough wars between the National Assembly and the Senate that were an impediment to us being able to achieve some of these things.
The transport docket.
Absolutely. The CS now is Kipchumba Murkomen. He has promised us that because he's styled himself as a champion of devolution over the years, that he's going to lead this effort to be able, at least in the transport sector, to unbundle all these functions and then to be able to hand them down fully to the county governments. So we will hold their feet to the fire as well.
Please do.
And make sure
Please
that they do these things.
Please do. People are suffering. I mean, that traffic on Thika Superhighway,
absolutely,
it's just madness.
But Eric, when you consider just the man hours or the hours, I mean, the cost of the wastage that is brought about by just time because of this simple thing.
Yeah. No, but I mean, the conversation is bigger than just the design of the roads or the roads themselves. One of the things that I agree with my governor is that I think for the lessons are there for major cities in the world, that the solution to this has to be mass transport.
Yes.
There is no other way to do it, because at the end of the day, I was told that in a few years' time, I think we should have by 2030 1.3 million vehicles on the roads of Nairobi alone. So it doesn't really matter how long you cry. You have to find a solution. And some of the things that we have seen, some of the attempts we have seen, like drawing a red line on Thika Road, I don't think that is what bus rapid transport means. We need to be serious. That is not BRT. We want a proper BRT.
We need a proper one.
Yeah, we need a proper one. Not just coming with red paint and sequestering one lane and saying that
bus only.
Bus only.
BRT only.
No. That will not work. We have examples from other cities. I heard my governor saying he's going to look for a green bond for us to be able to do a light rail in Nairobi. I think it is long overdue because once we get mass transit going, the traffic will reduce.
It solves so many problems.
Absolutely.
It does a lot.
Yes.
It does a lot. Senator,
Yes.
there's a conversation that you say CT had wanted you to raise.
Absolutely.
And we talked about it last week.
Yeah.
So the motion that was discussed in the Senate, which was protecting motorists accessing essential services at hospitals, airports, shopping malls from paying parking fees. It was your motion.
Absolutely.
Tell us about it.
So, as I told you earlier, these things emerge from conversations with ordinary people. This one as well originated from a conversation with an Uber driver. He asked me, I asked him, why is it that sometimes when you are at a certain distance from a certain place, like an airport, and when you request the Uber, the guy refuses to take you? Because many places here on Mombasa Road, starting from down here at the Mara Daima, going that side to maybe Syokimau, if you request an Uber, you will see that the price is about 250 shillings. Now, you imagine that immediately the Uber guy enters the airport, he has to pay 100 shillings upon exit. Once he drops you and leaves, there is no, there is no discussion about it. Out of 250 shillings that you've paid him, he has to pay 100 shillings in parking. It just doesn't make any sense. Then you go to other places. I was in Zambia just at the beginning of our term at Lusaka International Airport. They call it Kenneth Kaunda Airport. There is a dedicated lane for those people who are not interested in parking at the airport, that you have just gone to drop your friend. And there is no parking that is charged there. So even the taxis, all they do is just come in, drop, and leave. It is also present in other airports like Dubai, in Britain. All of you people, I'm sure you've traveled and you've seen these things. So it was from that perspective. And the Uber guys have an association, the digital association that I speak to every time. They have all these issues that they would want us to, sort them out. So that was the beginning of this conversation. And then it grew even bigger, and people asking, why are we paying parking at hospitals? At Kenyatta National Hospital, they never used to charge parking. This is a national institution. So you go in there, they say the first 1 hour is free. That's what they put in place. But I can assure you, City, even for them, it will take you longer than 1 hour to see a doctor at Kenyatta.
Just to find parking and get out of your car.
If it was that they can guarantee you that within 1 hour,
their own service gives you
absolutely.
more than an hour.
So if they can guarantee you that you will be able to see a doctor, the problem that brought you there,
it is next to impossible.
Absolutely.
Even with an appointment.
Yes.
To actually get to park and go see a doctor and complete your business in 1 hour.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of that conversation. We looked at the hospitals as well. And with the airports, it's not just JKIA here in Nairobi. If you go to Kisumu, the taxi drivers are saying the same thing. Because with Kisumu now, it's not even time related or tied to how long time. For as long as you have access to the airport, you pay at the entry.
It's access and pay.
Correct. The same at Eldoret International Airport. So there are various issues, and
same
then
with Malindi.
Absolutely. So when you come to shopping malls, as well in many jurisdictions, because you have gone there to spend money on the shops that are there, and many of the tenants, the people who operate, shops at the shopping malls, they themselves agree, because there is a very big difference in the psyche of the Kenyan, especially Nairobians, that if I am going to be inconvenienced at a certain mall, because once I do my shopping, I have to go and then validate or pay for parking. I'm not going to go to this particular mall. There are malls even here on Mombasa Road that don't charge parking, and you have a different experience as a shopper. So we don't understand the rationale, because I'm coming to spend money there. Some people argue that, some of these policies are in place because of our bad manners as Kenyans, that somehow we will go and park at Capital Center and then take matatus to town, leave the cars there for the whole day. But at the end of the day, the bad manners can be regulated. You don't punish the entire lot because there are a few bad apples who will come and take advantage of the system. And by the way, there is a way in which you can defeat people who are just abusing your parking.
What's the solution to that? Because, so let's address that first.
So, for instance, if you go to Carrefour at the hub, when you spend money there, they will give you a token to show that, in fact, you are a customer there. You're not just a layabout that you went in there to use their parking for free. So there are ways to circumvent some of these things, and that is how we want to think about it. So in some of these shopping malls, you get in and there is a minimum charge after 10 minutes, and there is a senator who represents persons with disabilities. She's called Crystal Asige. She brought in this angle that, yes, Sifuna, for you, it is very easy. If you are brought in by a taxi to jump out within 2 minutes, go to the chemist and buy whatever it is you want and jump back in and leave. But you imagine a person with disability, that in fact it takes longer for them if you are in a wheelchair. To transfer from the wheelchair or from the vehicle to the wheelchair. And I've seen it myself. I gave the example of the Member of Parliament for Westlands, because I've campaigned with him in Nairobi. Tim Wanyonyi is also the chair of the Disability Affairs in ODM. I was a secretary for Disability Affairs. It is very difficult, my brother, for him to disembark. Even when we go to a meeting or a rally, we have to all stand and wait for him. And for him, at least because he's a legislator, he has an entire army to help him to do that transfer. But it still takes time. So you imagine somebody who does not have the means. So this conversation is not a conversation that is frivolous. It is a real problem affecting real people, and especially from the perspective of the service providers, like the taxi drivers and the Uber guys. It makes sense for them to be allowed not to have to pay for parking just because of dropping somebody off. And then the other argument is from a constitutional standpoint. If we have been given these rights under Article 43, anything that fetters or limits your access to these rights surely is something that has to be dealt with. What rights? For instance, the Constitution says you have a right to health. So you have a right to access hospitals. But then, just like we have had this conversation about Kenyatta National Hospital, which is a public institution, the fact that you have to, there are obstacles for you to attain this particular right of yours is something that has to be addressed. So we are hoping that now that this is a Senate resolution, we want to take it forward. In the Senate we have been told there used to be something called an implementation committee that is no longer there. It falls again upon me as the Senator of Nairobi to be able to push this thing through so that we have now proper legislation on the subject. At least the policy is developed from the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Housing to the Council of Governors to have this conversation with them so that we can bring now a bill before the House to make this thing law. And I'm hoping that I'm going to get the same support that I got from my colleagues, because when this matter was on the floor of the House, both the minority and majority side were in agreement that some of these things... Absolutely.
Were there any concerns that were raised by anybody on the floor of the House from the business standpoint? So if you, like you've said, the malls are looking at it from there are people who come and leave their vehicles here, thereby also inconveniencing the people who are genuinely coming to shop because they don't get parking. It's a finite commodity. Same in the hospitals and all. And then there are those who look at it from the point of, I have put up parking, I have security there, I have lights, I have all this. I need to be able to make money from it.
Yeah, but that is the wrong way to look at it, Eric, because it is an ancillary service that then allows for you to be able to have tenants, for you to be able to make money from rent. If you went to a coffee house that insists that they don't sell cups, they have coffee, but they will not give you a cup. It's just ridiculous, you know, because if you speak to the tenants themselves, because if you speak to the mall owners, they're talking a totally different story
from the
tenants themselves. That the tenants feel that in fact these malls that are easier to access in terms of parking, that have enough and secure parking, are actually making more business than them, you know. And
so they're making money from the parking.
Absolutely. That is the problem. That in fact it is not an ancillary service. It is a separate business, which does not make any sense. And the tenants themselves are paying rents that are not necessarily because the landlord is making some money from the parking, he will give you a discount. No. They don't. In fact, some of these places, when you hear the horror stories about things they call goodwill, how much you have to pay before you even open the shop because, this is a fancy new mall and it is a nice location and so all sorts of things. People are actually paying way more than they should be paying, and they expect that at least the landlord would facilitate their customers to be able to come to their shop so that they make money and they earn their rent. Yeah.
Have you had conversations with all the stakeholders in this business?
Now,
for instance, the people who actually own the parking business. Yes, you've said you've spoken with the people who own the malls and the people who have their businesses there. But even as you think of legislating, have you considered the point of view of this business of parking and how it is that because it has grown, what it is that has led to it and what has led to it being accepted, because it can't grow if it hasn't been accepted.
So the parking management companies are a separate entity altogether.
Absolutely.
Yes,
so there is a mall,
yes,
and the owner of the mall, and then there is the parking management, the one that provides that service.
Different. It's not the mall. It's independent of the mall. Right. There are malls who have brought in their own parking system.
Absolutely.
But you still pay. So my question is, there is a thinking behind it, and even as one thinks of legislating, should the views of these people who are in this business also not be considered?
Their views matter, but their thinking is simple. Their thinking is money. Their thinking is profit, you know. But the motivation behind the motion is not to deny anybody money. We are just saying it amounts to double taxation of the population for you to be able to have this parking system in place, yet you know this person is coming to spend money on your premises, you know? So if you speak to the parking management companies, what are they going to say? They are going to say Sifuna wants to kill our business. But if you are speaking to the customer and you're speaking to the who are the great majority are the customers who are suffering, if you are speaking from the perspective of JKIA, why does JKIA need to make money from that Uber driver who's charging you 250 shillings to drop you at the airport? It just doesn't make any sense, you know? So there will be an opportunity, because I understand that before something becomes law, like when the bill that I craft comes finally, there will be a moment or opportunity for public participation.
Actually, I am saying the complete opposite.
Yes.
I am saying that even as you're doing a good business of talking with the mall owners and the clients and those who use the service, at this particular point, perhaps a conversation, because you have a view, this is what perhaps the businesses are interested in.
Yes.
But the thinking behind the business and how it is that it has morphed over time, I think to have a legislature or a legislation that has not only well thought of, but one which is well crafted, the views of these people who actually, as I said, own this business is pertinent. It's just as important as the views of those who own the mall and those who utilize the services.
What do you think, City? I mean, the senator is saying that their view would obviously be from the point of we make money out of this, it's our business. Do you agree with that?
Yes, it is. It is a correct view, but it's not the only view.
What other view would they? What other view would they come with? Have?
Well, let me say, thank you very much for asking me that question. The way any business works, if it's supposed to succeed and to be long-lasting, is you consider what it is that the people who are utilizing your business would also benefit from. People will not continuously pay for something they don't see a benefit in. They will pay for a while, and after some point, they will abandon it. If you look at any business, whether it's an eatery, whether it's a winery, whether it's a cultural establishment, as I call it, the popularity has to do with the benefit that those who go there derive from it.
Are you saying that this business has grown because it is popular to pay parking?
I am saying the business has grown because those who pay see the need to pay.
No. You
don't have a choice. They don't see a problem.
You don't have a choice in the matter.
No. Actually, I'm saying
they see the need.
They see the need. If you don't,
so somebody goes to a hospital and they see the need.
They need to pay parking.
No. This is a question that is multi-tiered, and the response, depending on the institution, is also multi-tiered.
Okay.
If you look at what Mheshimiwa has suggested about the Ubers and the taxis, it makes perfect sense. If you look at what he's saying about the hospitals, what is to prevent someone from saying, let them park for 3 hours free of charge? I am simply saying the conversation around this, what he points out to is real. And it's a conversation that those who are in that business need to take in, because as it has grown, people have gotten to understand it, and this is feedback, and it's valuable feedback. But by the same token, the views of those who run the business must be given the same consideration. That's really the point of view that I'm putting across.
I have no doubt that we will have conversations with them. I am very open to have that discussion with them. But we have proceeded from a perspective, City, that these services, whether it is health, banking, education, shopping, all of these things are a public good. They are essential for the well-being of Kenyans. With the advent of these shopping malls, it has become almost impossible for you to avoid, because this is where you go to do your monthly shopping. It is not as if you have much of a choice because of the convenience that has been created by those shopping malls.
Right.
Yeah. So it is, if it were possible for us to avoid paying parking, I can assure you there is no one here who sits and wonders which mall can I go to so that I pay the highest parking for these people to try.
But Mheshimiwa, by the same
That's what
token,
I'm saying.
If that was the thinking, then I would extend that thinking to a larger particular picture. If we were permitted not to pay taxes, who would pay taxes?
No. Taxes is a civic responsibility. This is a commercial enterprise.
Precisely.
This is
And
a commercial
also,
enterprise.
But Mheshimiwa, the rights we speak of,
yes,
the people who run these businesses are either citizens of this country or they have some legal position in the country,
Yes.
and they also have rights, don't they?
They do.
Yes,
They
now,
do.
I am simply saying, should there not be a
Balance the two.
Yes.
What's a place of county, Senator?
First, what I can say is that that there is no legislation or policy that is going to be put in place without public participation. As a lawyer, I know that if you do that, they'll just run to court and you will get stuck with your law. What we're saying is that we are willing, I am personally willing to have that conversation with them. But I have explained where I was coming from and for whom I am doing this. I can assure you, City, and I said this at the beginning of the show, I am very well capable of paying parking wherever it is that I want to go. But I am saying that there are other people who are not in the same position that I am. And my job is to represent their views. I would wish one day, and in fact, I'm going to challenge you to invite that chair of the digital taxis to your show here, so that he can explain to you the problems that they are going
the pain
through.
that they go through.
When they are delivering this essential service. So it is not as if anybody is out to kill anybody's business. But we are saying that you should also have a business that makes sense generally. If for instance, coming to this studio, you invited me to your show today, and I have to pay parking when I leave, why would I come here? It is you to facilitate me to be able to come to your show. It is the same concept.
Are you going to raise the same issue with the counties?
Now,
because the lack of parking spaces also speaks about the management of the municipal areas and the cities and towns.
Absolutely. For the parking areas for the county government, it is a totally different conversation in the public spaces, because also the public spaces are very limited. And for them, because they have this constitutional mandate, and they are being pushed from left, right, and center to raise what they call on-source revenue, and they are looking for all ways of trying to make money. That is a conversation that can be had within the county assemblies. And in fact, we separated these issues. If you see the memorandum that I received from the digital taxi guys, even in the CBD, they have no place to drop their fares. So that once they access the CBD, they have to pay for parking immediately they arrive there, and it is a big problem. They have asked,
actually they are harassed seriously by the county officers. It's a harassment.
They have requested that they be given a specific drop-off points on some of the major roads within the CBD, just so that they can be able to there's designated places, but they've been advised by the county that they have to buy commercial space just like the other people, and it is very expensive for them. It is not possible for them to be able to do that. So it is an ongoing conversation as well. We have the leadership of the county, and the beauty with Nairobi is that in the assembly, at least, we are the majority side. and we are reasonable people.
We who being whom?
We, as in Azimio. I come from this party called ODM. Have you forgotten? ODM.
No, I just want a definition of the we here.
So the county assembly, the majority in the county assembly is Azimio.
Is Azimio. And we are more amenable to reducing the pain of people as opposed to our brothers from the other side. So we should have better conversations.
Senator, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again. Dr. Simon Kigondu says congratulations to you on that issue of parking, double taxation, and the disability mainstreaming and hindrance to access to health facilities. He says it's a big thing. Dr. Kigondu is the chairman of the Kenya Medical Association.
Thank you so much, Daktari.
Senator Edwin Sifuna has been our guest. First time in very many times that he's going to be our guest on this show. Thank you very much for joining us today, and welcome again soon.
Asante sana. Thank you for having me.
Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we have a conversation with the Honorable Daniel Manduku, MP, who is also a member of Parliament's Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, talking about President William Ruto's housing agenda. Is it a reality, or is this all just a fantasy, hot air, chasing of the wind and all those other things?
Why didn't you ask me that?
A very good morning to you. It's 7 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has said that the youth who have been engaged under the Kazim Tani will now be deployed to plant the envisaged 5 billion trees in 5 years. The head of state says that getting to 30% tree cover in the country will ensure that Kenya contributes positively to the community of nations in its quest towards climate change mitigation. The president said that working with Parliament, the act that created the Constituency Development Fund will be reviewed to make provisions for CDF to include funds that will be provided to the youth and women groups to enable them to establish tree nurseries to provide tree seedlings for planting trees. Now, Somalia President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud has confirmed that the number of people killed in twin car bombings in the Somali capital Mogadishu, claimed by Al-Shabaab Islamists, has risen to 100. 2 cars packed with explosives blew up minutes apart near the busy Zoba intersection, followed by gunfire in an attack targeting Somalia's education ministry. The afternoon explosions tore through walls, shattered windows of nearby buildings, sending shrapnel flying and plumes of smoke and dust into the air. The victims included women, children, and the elderly. This as President William Ruto has pledged solidarity with Somalia following the terror attack in the country's capital, Mogadishu. Over 300 people sustained injuries in the twin-car bomb attack that occurred at Somalia's education ministry next to a busy market intersection. In his condolence message, President Ruto committed to working with neighboring countries to tame insecurity in the Horn of Africa region. According to news agencies, the first of the explosions hit the education ministry complex at around 2 p.m. with the second hit as ambulances and first responders arriving to help the victims. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission is set to conduct by-elections in Kandara, Garissa Township and Elgeyo Marakwet on January 5th. In a Gazette notice, Commission Chairperson Ofula Chebukati called on political parties intending to participate in the election to submit the names of the persons contesting in the party primaries and the date on or before November 14th. Political parties are also expected to conduct the primaries and resolve any disputes arising from the process by November 30th. Those intending to participate as independent candidates were urged to submit their names and symbols by November 14th. And Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now says that police officers are barred from storming churches to effect arrest. Speaking in Kandara constituency, Gachagua said the officers will be required to wait for offenders outside. He further added that the church plays a role in the development of the nation and it should be given the respect it deserves. President William Ruto echoed his sentiments as he recalled an incident in the lead up to the general election when his entourage was tear-gassed by police at a church function. Now, Willie Bett, ambassador of Kenya to India, led the Kenya delegation to the special meeting of the United Nations Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee on countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes, held at the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel in Mumbai. During the opening session, the council member states present began by paying tribute to the victims of terrorism, including the attack at Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai. Delivering Kenya's statement, Ambassador Willie Bett underscored the importance of stronger collaborative efforts to confront the scourge of terrorism with renewed urgency, vigor, and determination. And police in Kajiado have arrested and detained a 34-year-old woman accused of killing her newborn baby and dumping the body in her house for more than 3 months. The matter was brought to police attention and was booked by the woman's 14-year-old daughter, who said their house situated in Majengo slums has become inhabitable due to unbearable choking smell. After inspecting the house, police officers found remains of the baby in a plastic water bucket under the bed. Confirming the incident, Kajiado Central Sub-County Police Commander Daud Loro Nyokwe said the woman will be arraigned in court today as police launch investigations into the bizarre incident. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
It's pain and the gnashing of teeth and everything else on Thika Superhighway this morning. Traffic stretches all the way into past the Outer Ring Road junction at Allsops up to it's bad. Heading all the way into town. It's crazy, but it ends at the junction of Muranga Road and Wangari Maathai Road. At that tunnel, beyond the tunnel, it's clear. So just be patient or try and get into Outer Ring Road. Use Outer Ring Road. You can get into Jogoo Road. Jogoo Road is not so bad. It's moving. You get into Landis Road. It's not so bad. It's moving and you will be in town. Maybe much faster than if you used Thika Superhighway. Ngong Road, not so bad. Only stretch that is crazy is as you approach the Mbagathi interchange. And then, of course, as you then go towards the CBD, it eases off. Langata Road today is bad. Right now, it's crazy as you approach the T-Mall Junction and the T-Mall interchange onto Mbagathi Way, or is it called Raila Odinga Way? Yeah, that's crazy. Mombasa Road, nothing to report. If there's anything that you want us to talk about, at SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Good morning. All right, good morning. 7 minutes after 8, the final day of October, 31st of October, Monday. How are you? Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This hour, we want to talk about the affordable housing project by President William Ruto. Is it reality or is it fantasy? We have a guest in the studio. Before we introduce him, let's hear the day's Proverb City.
Yes, our Proverbs for this week will be from the land of the Pharaohs.
Egypt.
Yes.
Is it because of COP27?
No.
That you selected Egypt?
No, I'm simply moving up.
Just coincidental?
Just coincidental, because if you look at the countries that we've represented in the section of Proverbs, we were in Somali,
then
Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Then
we jumped
in between Sudan, because we'd had Sudan not too long ago.
Okay.
So I simply jumped up to Egypt.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Right. Beware of him to whom you have been charitable.
Beware of him to whom you have been charitable.
That's heavy, eh?
Quite heavy.
What do you think?
Quite
of that,
heavy.
Mheshimiwa?
In my local dialect, we have a similar one. I'll say it crudely. That means if you catch a crow that has been rained on, you come and put it near fire so that it can lighten up and get strength. The moment it gets strength, you're the first person it will hit in the eyes.
Asante ya punda.
Yes, akiamka atakuwa mkia wewe. Yes.
Beware of him
to whom you have been charitable. Yes.
Right. The Honorable Dr. Architect Daniel Manduku. Tumeweka zote sasa leo. All
Pleasure.
of them.
Pleasure.
He's an MP for Nyeri Masaba and a member of Parliament and the Parliamentary Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. Welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to
it's
have
a pleasure.
you here.
Yes.
Now, you're an architect.
Yes, I am.
You are the founder boss of the National Construction Authority.
Correct.
When it comes to construction in the country, you know the lay of the land, you know the laws, you know the people who are licensed to work in this, and you know everything about this particular sector. Also, at the time when you were boss of NCA, the government started this whole conversation about affordable housing and the journey towards affordable housing. At that point in 2017, 2018, 500,000 units by the end of 5 years. Now, this time, President William Ruto has revived that and he says, we are going gung-ho on affordable housing. 200,000 units per year. And in fact, he's already done inspection tours in places where the affordable housing project is ongoing. He has gone and launched a new one in Kibera, and he says, this is the route we're going to take. He has looked at it from that angle, from the angle of how do we finance these projects. He's already said, let's have a conversation with people who have money. These are the pension schemes, the insurance companies, and he's told them, I can provide for you a way in which you can invest in the affordable housing. And he came up with a product, and he said, if you invest through this, you will make money. He's talked to the citizens and told them, we will find ways of you being able to afford. For example, the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is already in existence. Rent to pay, rent to own your own home. So it appears as if the president has a plan, and the plan is going to come to fruition at some point or the other. Do you agree?
Thank you. I think, let me be honest and say that I think he started on the right foot. In his inaugural address to the 13th Parliament, he talked about housing being one of his key agendas. And he laid out the two factors that his government was going to deal with, land and financing, which are critical in the delivery of affordable houses. But let me say that from where I sit, there are three other factors that would be critical to add on to the two factors that he has already laid out. Factor number one, which many people forget, is the legal regime that we operate under. And without being complicated, let me simplify it by saying that we are still working and operating under a building code that was signed in November 1968. Efforts to get an updated building code have always hit a snag. And why am I saying this? The current building code that we use is prescriptive in nature. It tells you, for example, that an external wall must be 200 millimeter thick, that a bedroom should be a minimum of 12 square meters, a sitting room should be 16 square meters, a kitchen should be 9 square meters. It is so prescriptive to the level of even defining the minimum size of a window. For example, it tells you that a dining hall window should be 900 millimeter wide by 1.5 meters high. Now, for the last 25 years, which is a quarter of a century, the industry has been developing a new building code. Unfortunately, we tried to introduce this building code into the 11th Parliament. It didn't work out. It was taken to the 12th Parliament, but then the 12th Parliament lapsed before they would approve this. So that the building code is a regulation anchored into law and which can be enforced. And what is the significance of this? Over time, things have changed. Technology has changed. We have new building materials in the industry. We have new ways of doing things. We know, for example, that we have what we call open kitchens. And those are fashionable and they work.
Yeah.
The new building code, which has been developed by industry for the last quarter of a century, is descriptive in nature. It defines performance. It tells you, for example, your external wall should be safe, should be soundproof, and should not allow the vagaries of weather to affect the internal. So you, as a building expert, either as an architect or a contractor or an engineer, have the option to choose. I'm sure if I go to your rural house in the village, the external wall is not 200 millimeter thick. My house is 150 millimeter thick. But if you did that in Nairobi, it will never be approved. So we need to work on the legal regime, especially the building code. That will have an advantage in giving us a bigger latitude in the choice of materials and eventually bring down costs.
So the building industry, the construction industry, has been working on a new code to replace this building code of 1968.
Yes.
You go to Parliament and the 11th Parliament was not able to move it.
Correct.
Neither did the 12th Parliament.
Correct.
Why? It sounds to me like there's opposition.
Let me give you a small history. If you remember, in May 1996, there was a collapse of a building, famously called the Sunbeam collapse.
Yep.
Subsequently, the president appointed a task force, which gave its report in December 1997. And in this report, the task force identified 4 areas that had a weakness. 2 of the areas were, 1, a new building code to bring in new laws that will allow new materials to be used. The second area was to have a regulator in the industry, and that is why the National Construction Authority was set up. This report is still in our archives. It is famously called the Mutiso Report. Now, after the Mutiso Report of 1997...
After which Mutiso? Because there were 2 Mutisos.
Ruben Mutiso, Dr. Ruben Mutiso. Yes. He's still alive and he's one of my good friends and mentor. Now, the Mutiso Report came up with what we called the building code. And industry has had significant input into this building code over 25 years, quarter of a century. But one of the things that the industry felt was that we were going to anchor this building code under a different law. And the 11th Parliament could not have the building code approved as a regulation because they lacked a legal framework to anchor it.
So there was no existing law?
Correct. But then we argued at that time that we had the National Construction Act of National Construction Act of 2011, and all we needed to do was to amend sections of the act and amend and anchor these regulations
under that
act. Luckily, the 12th Parliament saw the sense and agreed. Unfortunately, when this report went to Parliament had other businesses. You remember that time? That was the time they were trying to pass the BBI and the Political Parties Act, and so this was neglected. We hope that now that we're in the 13th Parliament, this will be a priority. And it will be a game changer, I can assure you. Because then we'll see significant reduction of costs in construction. We'll see use of new materials. We'll see use of adopting new technologies. The other significance is that once the building code is approved, then financiers will have some kind of latitude, and will be brave and will be comfortable to finance new building projects. You know, in the US, for example, houses in the US are made of cardboard. You know that?
Yes, they are.
And they last 100 years.
And some of them made of wood and cardboard.
Now, today, if you do a house out of wood in Kenya, no financier will touch it because it is not deemed to be a permanent dwelling. The second thing that I think the president should fast track is the issue of skills. And for me, really, doing 1 million houses in 5 years will be a game changer in uplifting the hustlers. Why am I saying this? If you go to the industry today, and based on the research that we did at that time, we found that 87% of the construction workers on site don't have any formal training.
Yep.
And this is a chance now to use this affordable housing program to assimilate the skilled workers into a training program. And we came up with something we call the recognition of prior learning.
Yep.
And this was based on a South African model, where after apartheid, so many blacks were not able to get into formal employment because they didn't have papers. And we know papers are important, but they're not necessary in skilled-based employment.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge should be, how do we bring in the 87% workers on our sites into formal employment by recognizing their skills?
Yep.
Tied to that is the issue of trades. The Building Code of 1968 recognized only 4 trades: plumber, carpenter, mason, and electrician. Today, in the industry, we have more than 40 trades. We've got somebody called a tile fixer. We've got a glazier. We've got a joiner. A joiner is not a carpenter. The guy who makes wardrobes and cupboards is not a carpenter.
He's not a carpenter.
We've got guys who do, especially in the external works, we've got people who do slabs.
Mm-hmm.
There are actually 40 trades today.
You're saying that, so essentially we moved on to specialized specializations.
Exactly. Yeah. But the good thing about specialized specialization, it allows for horizontal movement. You can be a joiner and a glazier at the same time. We need to recognize these trades and give these people some form of certification, so that with time, they can also have what we call vertical movement. Ideally, and the way it works in South Africa, you are recognized for your trade, you are tested, you're given some form of certification. And with time, you keep climbing up the levels from level 3, level 2 to level 1. At level 1, you can get a diploma. After that, you can get a higher national diploma. And theoretically, you can actually go up to PhD level. And countries that have developed have adopted that. The challenge we've had is because of lack of that formal recognition of our skilled workers, then we don't upskill them. That way, we don't even put them on the tax base.
What happened to the trade tests?
Now,
good
question. The trade tests are still there.
Yes.
But then we had challenges also because these trade tests were mainly done in polytechnics.
Yes, they were.
And I sat on the board of Kaberi Technical Polytechnic at one point, and the challenge we had that time was many of our students were opting to go for diplomas. Why? Because there's this perception that skilled work or manual work is not as lucrative or as attractive as having formal training. It's a challenge that we must face as a country and encourage people to go for skill-based training. And the beginning point should be those already in the industry who have those skills, recognize them by testing them, bring them into the bracket, and then continuously upskill them. Now, to me, that second issue is major, because then we start aggregating them and making them form cooperatives, and then encouraging them by financing them through the Hustler Fund to do cottage industry. I'll give you an example. Today, if we were to do 1 million houses in 5 years.
First of all, is it doable?
It's doable.
Okay, now.
It's doable.
It is doable. We've established that now.
If we were to do 1 million houses in 5 years, it means we need $6 million, assuming each house has got $6 doors. It means we need 200 million bags of cement, because the average house takes about 200 bags of cement, working with the law of averages. It means that we need windows. We need about 6 million windows.
Yep.
And essentially, all these commodities have to be standardized.
Yes. We move to standardization. We put these young people into groups. We give them equipment through the SME model.
And we contract them.
And we give them guarantees of optic that we will buy your windows as long as you give us 10 windows every week. We go to a different group, we tell them as long as you give us 50 doors every month. And then because of standardization, we bring the cost down. And I can assure you in 5 years, we'll have the best skills in the world.
Recognition of prior learning, Mheshimiwa, is already in effect, isn't it?
Well, not in the
Kenya
construction
National
industry. Not
national qualification.
Not in the construction industry, and not the way we know it. Because what happens? You're supposed to take these people, give them a test.
And how exactly do we test them, and what are we testing exactly?
Using the model of trade tests, we can test them using the polytechnics. You can be able to grade them based on the existing framework in the polytechnic or the TVET sector. Of course, there's room for improvement, but at a starting point, we can do that.
So where is the breakdown? Because I'm looking at the website of the Kenya National Qualification Authority. They recognize prior learning, and there's a process of getting to be assessed. RPR assessment processes and procedures may consist of several processes here. How do I know that I'm eligible for recognition of prior learning? If you have solid experience and knowledge in your field of work, acquired outside informal and non-formal learning setups, then you're eligible to attain a related qualification via RPL. That is just from the Qualification Authority, for them to recognize this. From the National Industrial Training Institute, we hosted them here one time, and they're also talking about recognition of prior learning, where they are also doing now the testing and certification. Unless you're telling me the National Construction Authority ought also to be doing the assessment, and they are not.
What should be emphasized is that before you get into this affordable housing program, you must go for this recognition, so that it's more of a must.
Okay.
That now will help.
So you push people through the recognition of prior learning, so that then there is better recognition and then better value coming into this, into the industry.
Correct.
Okay.
The last thing that I think that needs to be done is incentives in the provision of both affordable and social housing. And incentives need not to be in form of taxation. I'll give you an example. In Nairobi, for example, we have planning laws which define plot coverages, plot ratios. For example, if your allowable construction permit would give you 100 units in Kileleshwa, there should be an incentive by the county government to allow you to do an extra 20 units, so that you provide 120 houses, provided the 20 units are social or affordable housing. That way, developers, especially private developers, will provide more housing higher than what is allowable, and this will increase our housing stock in the country. And because of the laws of supply and demand, the people who want higher quality housing will naturally move to the upmarket areas and leave the middle class areas for the development of affordable housing. It has worked well in other countries where you find planning laws are given what we call a cross-subsidy window, where instead of doing 100 houses, you do 120, provided the 20 extra are of a different level.
But what's the effect of that? If you say
having
that
more housing
this
stock,
this small piece of land is currently said you can only have 100 houses, and now you say have 140. What's the impact of having the extra 40?
Of course,
on the living conditions
of course,
and the quality of life for the 140.
Of course, I know where you're getting to. The reality of the matter is we must increase our planning areas. We must increase our service provision, roads, water, electricity, to cater for that extra. But then it has to be reasonable. I think 10 to 20% is actually reasonable. You know, 10 years ago, you would not do more than 4 floors on Gong Road.
Why?
At that time, the planning laws didn't allow that.
And why did the planning laws not allow
Because there was no futuristic view. Our planning laws look at only 5-10 years. In Singapore, planning laws look at 45 years. If you go to Singapore today, they'll tell you what will happen there in 45 years. That's where we need to go, so that we have got a vision that is higher and deeper, to allow our planning and zoning regulations to cater for the futuristic view.
You know, I have to ask this. Those who are in the industry, you're an architect, and your industry has many other disciplines that complement each other. Are we saying, and some of them are probably even in the same position as you, they're in parliament and they're legislators and they make laws, are we saying that this all important aspect of our life, something we've talked about for the longest time, something which was actually envisioned with the government we had even at independence, because I look at the role that national housing you performed and what they did in the towns, this is a thinking that existed. Someone will also applaud someone along the line. Are we saying that this has not been seen to be important enough for the legislation required for us to move forward to the point where it cannot be enacted? Are we saying that this is something that people who preceded you in this job that you are in did not see the importance of all this?
Good question. This has been seen. You'll be surprised to learn that, for example, we have about 4 other legislations dealing with this aspect that are still lying idle in Parliament. There's what we call the Construction Industry Bill, which seeks to amalgamate all the professionals in the industry. In fact, they call it the Built Environment Bill. It's been in Parliament for 5 years. What has lacked is goodwill, or the urgency, or someone has not seen the importance of pushing through these amendments. And we're happy that through this affordable housing program, some of these aspects will come out. After all, about the building code, it's been under development for 25 years. It has been in Parliament for 10 years. Why? I think the government priorities were wrong. Now that we are talking about housing, affordable housing, and it's coming from the highest office, we know and we are sure that this will come to fruition. Another thing is we need to amend our Physical Planning Act. That is why you'll find that people develop before planning goes there. We need to amend laws to dealing with part development plans.
Those who
Let's take a break.
Okay.
Let's take a break, City. It's 8:30. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Eric and CT today, and our guest this hour is the Honorable Dr. Architect Daniel Manduku, Member of Parliament for Nyeri Masaba, and member of the Parliamentary Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. We are asking ourselves today, Ruto's affordable housing project, is it a reality? Is it a fantasy? He has said categorically, yes, it's actually possible for us to have 1 million houses in 5 years' time. But he says there are some things that ought to happen before this. He knows a bit because he was the founding boss of the National Construction. What's the title of the boss of the National Construction Authority?
Executive Director.
Oh, there was something else. Something else.
Registrar of Contractors.
Yeah, the Executive Director and Registrar of Contractors at the National Construction Authority. He was a founder boss there, so he understands a little bit about housing and the housing sector in Kenya. Time for us to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. This is a Situation Room, the room that reminds you about owning a home through the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Go to your financial institution, tell them nataka hiyo deal ya KMRC, because with KMRC it's about rent yako, keja yako. Good morning.
The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Light rain expected in Nairobi today. Highs of 27. Mombasa rain showers. Highs of 30. Currently 26 degrees Celsius. It's currently 27 in Malindi. Light rains expected there as well. Kisumu Central mostly cloudy at 23. Nyeri mostly cloudy at 19. Nakuru mostly sunny day at 26. Kakamega cloudy at 30. Eldoret sunny day at 25. Kampala, Uganda sunny at 29. Lagos light rain at 32. Kinshasa light rain at 30. Dar es Salaam light rain at 31. Johannesburg sunny day at 26. London cloudy at 17. New York partly cloudy at 18. And Paris is light rain at 20. While Beijing in China is a sunny afternoon into evening, lows of 17. The situation on Thika Superhighway is improving, so the traffic is not going all the way into Allsops, but it's moved closer to drive-in, if there's any consolation. So if you are stuck at drive-in, just hold on. It'll move all the way up to the Thika Road junction, and then it'll clear after that. Kiambu Road is not bad at all, and that means that the situation on Thika Road is going to improve much faster. The other roads within the CBD are busy, but Jogoo Road heading into town into Landis Road is busy. Langata Road is busy at the Timor junction into Mbagathi Way. Ngong Road also busy as you approach the Mbagathi Way City Mortuary junction, and then after that it clears up. Any other roads that we need to talk about, please let us know via Twitter at SpiceFMKE. So is President William Ruto's housing dream a reality, or is it a fantasy? The Honourable Architect Dr. Daniel Manduku, Member of Parliament and the Parliamentary Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, is with us in the studio. He says it's actually possible to actually get 200,000 houses every year and 1 million houses in 5 years' time. A number of things just need to happen. And he says, according to him, one, let's amend the building code. From the 1968 one, bring it into recent, an updated one. Number two, let's recognize all the skilled labor that we have. Recognition of prior learning and also advancing into looking at all the trades. Acknowledge all the 40 plus trades that we have in the country. Number three, incentives. And let's look at how can we change our planning laws so as to incentivize the private sector to bring in an element of social housing into it. All these things that you say, Mheshimiwa, some of them will require just parliamentary work, like the building code. And you've said it went into the 11th and the 12th parliament, not moved. I just don't understand it. Because even if we say that parliament did not have architects, which is not true, but parliament had landlords and developers. All those people are looking at developing.
And they all work with these professions.
And they all work with the professions. I mean, they could clearly see how it would benefit them. So what is it that was lacking then that you think the 13th Parliament would have?
I think now that I'm in Parliament, I think the biggest impediment was political goodwill. You know, affordable housing and social housing will always only work when there's political goodwill. Why am I saying this? Affordable housing typically works on public land. Typically, it's not big money for developers. There are no big profits to take home.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to allocation of the houses or the units, it is government-driven again. So a landlord will not have an interest in that.
So how do you...
Countries that have done it, and I'll give an example of Singapore. It is government-driven. The government owns the land. The government forces you to save. In fact, in Singapore, you save 20% of your salary. And government adds another 17%. And you're on the waiting list for 3 years, and you're guaranteed a house. And that is why 80% of Singaporeans live in government-funded houses.
Mm-hmm.
In Kenya, it is the reverse. We let the private sector drive the housing agenda. And that's why we don't have social housing. Typically, every county today should have enough stock of social housing in the next 5-10 years. Because social housing also is important. It helps reduce the rental speculation in the industry.
What is social housing?
Social housing, I'll tell you, for example, in the 60s and 70s, we had estates built by the government, like Madaraka Estate, California Estate. And the idea then was to ensure that the cost of renting a unit is kept at a minimum. With time, social housing is no longer a priority in Kenya. But even developed countries have social housing. The UK, for example, has up to 20% of its residents living in social housing. The US, the same. And this is an opportunity now that in as much as we are going to provide affordable housing for uptake, we should also have a good stock of social housing, especially in the counties.
When you talk of social housing, Mheshimiwa, as you mentioned the estates that the government put up, I was actually envisioning. There were the estates that had been put up even before independence. You talk about Jericho and the others. And, well, in those days, even the politicians who later became leaders of this country lived in those estates because it's where Africans lived.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the development that even went further, where you would find that local authorities would be involved in development of houses, specifically even for its employees. Now, what I marvel at, even with that building code that hadn't been improved on, how was this possible then? And what is it that happened so that even the very thought of moving this thing forward becomes such a hurdle? It's such an issue. Even just discussing it is painful because you listen to the discussion, you're saying, we know it can be done because it has been done before. And right now, it's like discussing an impossibility.
I tell you, we just need political goodwill.
Okay.
Just that, nothing else.
I was rather hoping you'd say that. I was rather hoping you'd say that because these parliaments we speak of, especially this last one, these are not just budget-making parliaments, but these are parliaments that in totality are supposed to have been the check and balance of the executive, given our system of government. Okay? The question I'm asking is, what's going to be the difference with this parliament? Because somehow the thinking seems to be that if you belong to the party that is in power, then we're in the MP or executive. So how is it that we're going to escape this particular vicious cycle that we've been talking about, where we know this thing works, but because, as you say, goodwill, and that goodwill, yes, is the discussion, but how will you even take the steps that were started off but were never completed so that this thing can become easy? Because if there's goodwill, and as you say, the legal structures and the frameworks aren't there, then again we have a problem. So how do we get this right?
I think it must start with ourselves as members of parliament. Obviously, now that we can see this opportunity, and you're talking of trillions of shillings here, it will fail if from tomorrow we start cutting deals and saying, I'm going to bring a Chinese investor who then will come and put up units. We will lose the fundamentals of this. And it must start with us as parliamentarians and as leaders. Are we going to start looking for the president and telling him, oh, I have a Chinese guy who can do 1,000 units in Lolongo? If we go that way, then we are wrong, and it will never work that way. This will only work if we realize that we have an obligation to serve the people, and that housing is a fundamental right, and that as members of parliament in 10 years or 5 years, we'll be judged by how many people we put into decent housing with proper sanitation, proper roads, schools, and playgrounds. You know, some of these things are intrinsic. It is morally intrinsic within yourself.
Yeah.
I can assure you, I will not go looking for the Minister for Housing and telling him, give me work to design as an architect. I'll tell you that. But others will do that. That way then, we start realizing that it is more than us. And I hope and pray that the president sees this bigger picture, that this is an opportunity now to inspire young people to get into industry, into skilled labor, into training, into upskilling. This is a time for our professionals to even give service.
Mheshimiwa, I know you're in the minority side in Parliament, but have you seen the blueprint that the president has on this housing agenda? Have you seen it? Have you seen... So these are the initial steps, like you're talking about. If it's legal work that needs to be done, this is how far they're going. If it's looking for finances, if it's identification of land, government land, this is the plan. Have you seen any kind of master plan of how we're going to get the 1 million houses in 5 years? Because by now, if they don't have it, it's a big issue as well.
What I've seen and what I was part of developing was in the previous government, where then we targeted 500,000 houses. You remember the Big Four agenda?
Yep.
And there was one of the agendas as housing.
Yep.
I believe that the current president will build on that foundation, because essentially the people are the same. The issues are the same. I've also seen the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza government. I've read through it, and I think based on what I've seen, it is essentially the same like we had in the last government.
That last one that gave us 12,000 houses.
Yes, because these fundamentals are not being done.
So that's what I'm asking now. Is there a plan? This building code of 1968, updating it and having a current building code, right? Starting with the statute and seeing what statute is amended so that then it can anchor this building code. If that is not in the pipeline of coming to Parliament, then this whole story is moot.
Luckily,
if there's no plan on this, is a process of recognizing the skills that we have in the industry. If you don't have a plan that tells you by December this is what's going to happen, if you don't see that, then it's the same as us being back in 2018.
Well, I think we have a responsibility now that we're in the Committee on Housing to bring this agenda to the fore. And hopefully it will be adopted. And hopefully this will be enacted before we move to the ground.
May I challenge you, Mheshimiwa?
Yes.
Go and look for this master plan. Because if there's no master plan, then we're in trouble. The same thing that you've said, you will see people who will then go to the new housing CS. You will see people going to State House and looking for meetings and saying, mheshimiwa, kuna shamba pale 1,000 acres.
Imekaa tu.
Naweza lete watu.
Na iko na maji.
There is land that I'm telling you will definitely go. East Africa Portland Cement here in Athi River. Thousands of acres. The company is having some financial issues. That is land. You will see people saying, kuna Portland shamba hapa.
Surely.
And it's just within the bedroom of Nairobi.
Put
up houses. If you don't have a plan, these things are going to be taken over. And President Ruto will just be caught up in his own goodwill, so to speak, if there's no plan.
If I may append to what Eric is saying, you see, the underlying issue that we have to contend with when we're discussing all these things is the individual greed that then becomes collective greed when people get into positions of authority. So that the decision-making process is guided by this particular vice. Now, if we were to live realistically, then I have to ask this question. How then, the sponsors of such visionary motions, how then do you present this particular vision so that people can understand that at the end of it, they can also benefit? Meaning, we will build the house. The Mwananchi will get the house. Everyone will actually get it, but so will you. Because when this happens, this is how you'll benefit. Because when you talk about cutting deals, there are people who've come up with these schemes before. Some have gone through treasury, some, then they get to housing. Then suddenly, my friend, it gets very murky. Suddenly there's somebody who says, but you don't need to do this. National Youth can do this. We don't need, and you're thinking, hey. It's possible, but how do we move this? And you realize that the stumbling block is interest. Now, it has nothing to do with what was envisioned at first.
I think you've captured it very well. Countries that have succeeded in provision of affordable housing have had this agenda as a generational agenda. The challenge we've had with our system is that this is normally a manifesto agenda. A 5-year, 10-year manifesto agenda.
Yep.
And I like quoting Singapore. You have a building authority that is independent, that has got a 40-year plan. And when you come in as president, you plug in the 40-year plan.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, our political system has a 5-year cycle. And we tend to tie our plans, which ordinarily would take longer than 5 years, to the 5-year cycle.
Mm.
And so by year 4, if we have not done the 1 million housing, we lose interest. Forgetting that really, we need more time to do 1 million houses.
Yeah.
We hope that the new system will not be captive to what you've said. And you've said it very well. You've summarized it very well. And we hope and pray that this agenda will be visionary and will remain timeless. So that the 5-year will just be a dot on the long-term vision. And 1 million houses are not enough, by the way, because you're talking of 50 million people.
They're not enough. But even when, we've had programs like, say, the Urban Renewal Project, which works with the counties, okay? Now, you'd understand that the county owns the land, and because they own the land, that little addition, which is provided for as equity with the developer, the cost of this building ought to go down. Now, it could easily go down. But you know what raises the cost? The demands of those in authority in the counties. Somebody wants a percentage of the cost of production. Now, how on earth are you going to move forward if you're a developer? And you know full well that if you do not capitulate, you will not move.
You will not get a job.
And even if you do, you will be hampered at every stage because they have the power to do so.
Interestingly, reading through the Mutiso report of 1997 and looking at where we are today, nothing has changed. The 4 things that Mutiso reported to have had impediment in the sector are still there. 1 was corruption in the local authorities. 2 was inadequate people working in the wrong place in the local authorities. And it is still there. In the counties especially, you find someone calling himself an engineer and he knows nothing about engineering. And yet the governor has kept him there because he sings this tune. 3rd, that Mutiso reported then was the issue of laws planning laws, bylaws, the building code. And we are talking about the same thing a quarter century later. What has lacked? Political goodwill. Where His Excellency says that if you touch this thing and you're not supposed to touch it, you're hanged.
So that's what we should expect then from President William Ruto, because the words that he's giving are the same words that President Uhuru Kenyatta gave. The words of saying, we're going to have affordable housing within the next 5 years, we're going to have a program, blah, 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 blah. We'll put in money into it in the budget. They're starting identifying a few flagship projects here and there. It's just exact copy-paste. Uhuru Kenyatta, copy. Paste, William Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta visits Pangani, William Ruto visits Kibera. Uhuru Kenyatta, it's the same thing.
Copy-pasting
What else?
In color.
What else do we need to see different from President William Ruto's administration than that gives us that confidence that there is now proper political goodwill to see this thing through beyond William Ruto's administration of 5-10 years?
Also, I think we should emphasize that the right people get get allocated the houses. It's sad to note that, for example, in the last scheme, some people who got allocation are not the right people. Then it starts losing meaning.
By right, what do you mean?
You find somebody like me getting a house in Pangani.
So you're saying the people for whom it was intended do not actually get what they're supposed to get.
And we should have a system where we actually confirm the inhabitants. So today, if you go to those affordable housing, I can guarantee you 50% of those living inside are rent paying to
a landlord who does not.
And that was not what it was purposed for.
Yes. Those are things we must deal with at a social level. And we must be really hard on those allocating and those being allocated. Eric, where would you go and apply for a 1 million house in Pangani? And yet you've got people who deserve that. And that is the problem we have. We can do all this, and then I end up owning
you're the one
houses.
who owns.
You own
a house.
Actually, you see, people are motivated to get it working because of that in mind.
Yeah,
it's not what will benefit the people for whom it was intended, but how me and my cohort of buddies, how it is we're going to benefit. Look, I think there is nothing wrong with them benefiting, if you ask me. But why can the scheme not say, fine, it'll benefit so and so, this cadre, this cadre, this cadre, or there's a guarantee that what you want will be available. You know what I'm grappling with?
And that is why I told you about incentives in the high-end markets.
Yes.
Because then you have a cross-subsidy. Those people like me and you can go and buy in Kilaleshwa from private developers and leave those other social housing and affordable housing for the deserving cases.
That is not something we can leave to them. It has to be enforced. There has to be a penalty if you cross that particular boundary that has been placed. Because in the absence of something punitive happening to you, and you know it, if I dare, I will not fare well.
Correct.
But in the absence of that.
So now, as a member of parliament, Mheshimiwa Manduku, and somebody who is sitting in the committee that's supposed to oversight the realization of the affordable housing program, what are you prepared to do? How far are you prepared to go to make sure that this thing, if it does not conform, if you don't, for example, see a plan, you rally your fellow members in the National Assembly and say, we cannot approve this budget because there is no plan that supports allocation of budget towards affordable housing. If you don't see, have conversations with the government, with now Kipchumba Murkomen, who's in charge of transport and public works, if he has not come and engaged with you and told you exactly how this was going to be realized, then you also put in the checks and balances. How prepared are you to push and ensure that this thing works?
I think Parliament has the overall mandate of oversight. And as you know, Parliament works through committees, and being in this committee gives us a responsibility. One, to advise and make sure that every advice we give is reasonable and is doable and is even measurable. Number two, of course, is to oversight in terms of if this doesn't work, then we don't approve those reports. But remember that in a parliamentary system, the majority always have it. The minority will always record their dissent. But the good thing about some of us is that we have got industry knowledge and industry connections. And so our voice, we hope, will be heard. It may not be heard by those who matter in the system, political system, but it will be heard by our fellow colleagues and professionals. But over and above that, I think we need to enforce aspects of the ethics in the professionals. I think that is the avenue we have. The Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors has got an ethics board.
Yeah.
The Engineers Board has an ethics board. And we believe that if we find some of our friends and colleagues flouting some of these rules, we can use that avenue. It is even more effective.
You can use it to work.
You can, but I have to say this. If I look at, let me read something which is attributed to Bill Okero, who said, out of the 25 key department committees chairs in the National Assembly, 12 will go to Mount Kenya region, MPs, 10 will go to Rift Valley and the larger Gema and Kalenjin communities. The rest of the 40 Kenyan tribes will get 3. That makes 35% of the population, but will get 88% of the seats. What am I saying? I am saying it's already been ring-fenced. So much as you will do your bit,
you see,
how do we ensure it actually
the rest
works?
is done?
You see, being a chair of a department is good, yes, but it doesn't mean that you can't be effective if you're not the chair.
Being a member is also as important.
I'm a member, and I think I will do my work to the best of my ability and best of my knowledge. And being a member doesn't mean that I will not be heard because I'm not the chair.
Mheshimiwa will hold you to account on that.
As you say,
as a member
and
of
as
that
you know,
committee.
these chairmanships are allocated based on how you voted. Unfortunately, we didn't vote the right way, so we can never be chair. And we can't cheat ourselves that we're going to be chair of anything.
Dr. Daniel Manduku, Member of Parliament, thank you very much for joining us today. You'll keep coming.
Thank you.
And
thank you
keep
for
coming.
inviting me.
Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Presiding over the launch of the Kenya Youth Employment Entrepreneurship Accelerator Program by Kenya Private Sector Association. The program is an innovative youth employment solution that seeks to use a market development approach to create 1 million jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities for youth and women in the private sector in the next 5 years. According to the Kenya Population and Housing Census report, youth unemployment in the country stands at 38.9%, with about 5.3 million youth unable to secure decent jobs. It is projected that over 9 million youth will be entering the labor market by the year 2030. Now, investigating officers from Pakistan are now expected to contact their counterparts in Kenya to find out where the bullet found in the body of the murdered journalist Ashad Sharif came from. The bullet was found when the officers decided to perform a second autopsy before his burial in Pakistan. It is not clear if the bullet was seen during the first exercise that took place in Kenya. The investigation of Arshad's death is being undertaken concurrently as another Pakistani officers are in the country to collaborate with their Kenyan counterparts who have insisted that Ashad was shot in a case of mistaken identity and after the police were shot at. Now, Justice, Restoration and Childcare Organization has urged the Minister of Land, Zachary Njeru, to cancel all controversial land titles in Shimoni Lungalunga in Kwale County. The chairman of the organization, Mohammed Mokuyala, has asked Njeru to solve cases of land disputes against local people living in Anziwani and Tswaka.
We have first focused between our two countries. I'm sure because when we start with the two countries and grow the tourism arrivals, then it will be easier for us to cooperate at the wider East African community level. So that's why we came up with this concept. How do we bring the key players in the tourism sector between Uganda and in this case specifically?
Affected residents have pleaded with the government to intervene to ensure they get justice, led by Mabwana Kirua. They have blamed area sub-chief for allegedly colluding with the rich to grab land.
Nililima shamba kutoka mwaka wa 2013 kukatokeza mtu ambaye anasemekana hiyo shamba ni yake.
Tatizo kubwa zaidi ni kupitia kwa ofisi yetu ya assistant chief. Hataki kujua, hataki kuelewa. Kitu anachokisema mwenye title ndio mwenye shamba.
Now, universities have been implored to adopt innovative ways to mobilize for resources so as to address the current funding crisis in the sector. The ailing financial health in public universities has been blamed on underfunding by the National Treasury, exacerbating the sinking of universities due to lack of funds. University Fund CEO Geoffrey Monari, however, pointed out that the dependency on the government to bail out universities might not be the viable option due to the competing interest. In the last financial year 2021-2022, the board, which funds higher learning institutions in form of grants, had a budget deficit of 39.9 billion shillings. In the revelations made by Monari, it shows that the institutions required an allocation of 87.3 billion shillings to support 434,631 public and private institutions. Former National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani, however, gave them an allocation of 47.3 billion shillings, which was nearly half of the total funds they required. Now, Willibet, ambassador of Kenya to India, led the Kenya delegation to the special meeting of the United Nations Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee on countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes, held in Mumbai. During the opening session, the council member states present began to pay tribute to the victims of terrorism, including the attack at the Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai that happened in November 26, 2008, followed by an informal briefing on combating terrorism financing in local and regional context. Still in India, and more than 100 people died when a pedestrian suspension bridge collapsed in India's western state of Gujarat. A local official said most of those who died were women, children or elderly. The bridge in Morbi had been reopened just a week ago after repairs. There were overcrowding on the bridge at the time as people celebrated the Diwali festival. The 230 meters bridge on the Machuchu River was built during British rule in the 19th century. The death toll is still rising. One police officer said 120 bodies had been recovered so far. This is Newswire. Dennis Asseto, good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's still improving on Thika Superhighway heading in towards town. Yes, we can see it's cleared up on Kiambu Road. It's cleared up. So now the Thika Superhighway traffic begins at Survey coming towards town. So what are we looking at in the CBD as you approach the Museum Hill roundabout? That is not a problem at all. But Globe Cinema roundabout, that's on Murang'a Road, all the way from Ngara to Globe Cinema roundabout into Kirinyaga Road, that's busy into the CBD. Ngong Road is still busy as you approach the lights at the City Mortuary roundabout. And then Langata Road had an issue earlier. It's now clear all the way in Mbagathi Way as you approach now City Mortuary roundabout. That's where you find a problem. There's something happening at Southern Bypass from the Langata Road interchange heading towards Ole Sereni. Something is happening around there. If you know what's happening, let us know and we'll tell everybody else. SpiceFM KE. Seven after 9, how you doing? This is the final hour of the Situation Room today. It's Eric, Latif and CT Muga. Nduoko is away the entire of this week. But CT has a proverb.
I most certainly do. And it's a proverb from the day Land of the Pharaohs.
Okay.
Beware of him to whom you have been charitable.
Beware of him to whom you have been charitable. They'll kick you in the teeth.
My friend, it starts with a groin. And when you're bent over, they'll give you another kick in the chest.
Asantia punda
ni
mateke.
Yes.
This is it. Higher. Now, the headline on The Nation today, acid test for Raila. And then they've put, what color is this city?
Which one? I'm not certain because there's a greenish element to it, but I'm sure those who understand colors will tell me something else. They'll tell me it's emeraldish. Some will call it some other name of a color that I'm not accustomed to. But it looks to me like light green.
So I don't know why The Nation decided to go with this color with this headline, acid test for Raila. And they say the Azimio exit clause comes into effect in a few days, and then things happen. The Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Coalition exit clause comes alive next week, triggering a fresh dilemma for Raila Odinga and the outfit, which does not seem to have a clear post-election plan. Jostling for the 2027 elections also poses a major headache in the coalition. Raila himself has indicated that he is not ready to retire after his 5th presidential loss in August. He said, "People are saying Raila is tired and should retire. I will not stop fighting for a better country. Until such a time when things will be fine in Kenya, we shall continue calling for better governance." To steer the reform cause, the ODM leader needs a strong team, but there are fears over the stability of the coalition, as November 9 will mark 90 days after the August 9 general election, allowing any of the 26 Azimio affiliate parties to kickstart the process of parting ways. The 27 politics is also a play with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and his NARC Kenya counterpart Martha Karua, Odinga's running mate in the August polls, engaging in what political observers see as plans to take the mantle from the ODM leader. Kalonzo recently visited Raila's Nyanza backyard, where he held talks with local leaders, a move seen as the beginning of his quest to rally the region behind his possible 2027 presidential bid. So, he said in Azimio National Coalition Executive Committee Chairman Wycliffe Oparanya yesterday weighed in on the matter, saying the decision on the leadership of the coalition and the flag bearer in 2027 should be made through some understanding and not through making demands. We appreciate the role of all parties within Azimio, but these are issues we should not be engaged in at the moment. Otherwise, we'll be divided. So, Azimio, as it stands, it seems like, it's just doing what we called...
Actually, Azimio, as it seems to have decided to excite the listening populace of this country by issuing statements that are supposed to now what? Bring about somewhat response. One says this, the other says this. All this time, have we had anybody saying anything? No. Then all of a sudden, people are suddenly saying things. And people are visiting. These are politicians. Some would call it shaking the tree. Some would call it agenda setting. Someone came up with a phrase which I found particularly interesting this weekend. Told me, my friend, this is not agenda setting. This is atmosphere setting. I said, atmosphere. I said, atmosphere. I said, explain. I said, you see, if you look at climate, people talk about climate change. You could call it climate change, but everything about this, I said, why don't you call it ecosystem setting? You say such things, and some of the statements being made by senior officials of this particular party appear to be somewhat not aligned or somewhat contradictory. You are eliciting debate. You want people to start discussing Raila Odinga as the party leader. Does he want to retire? Should he retire? And by retiring, what do we mean? And if you are retired, what will he do? That's the question. What do politicians do in retirement? Okay? Specifically, what does Raila do in retirement?
If he were to retire.
Yes, because a man who is synonymous with this particular fight that we keep talking about for change, what does it mean? And are we saying that the party organs within Azimio do not talk to each other and that they cannot speak in one voice? The answer to that is, in my view, these people have said, okay, we're moving away from the doldrum. We now want to begin new conversations, and we're starting it now.
So this is reigniting and reinvigorating the party.
Yes, exactly. Saying, okay, we've been quiet, and it's timed, if you ask me. These are politicians. A cabinet has been sworn in, okay? PSs and other positions will be mentioned, I think, in the course of today. Bas. Now, let's start the conversation.
Trend sasa.
And this is the parting shot, the salvo that we are firing is this one. Even as we go forward, this is how we are starting it. And please, listen to it.
But are they united? Do you think they're united? Do you think, for example, that all of them, Kalonzo, Raila, Martha Karua, Wycliffe Oparanya, and the others, and Kina Joho, and all those kingpins from whichever regions, are all sitting back and united, and they're not jostling for whoever becomes the leader?
I don't think politicians ever sit easy with these things. One is always looking for where the interests best lie, if you ask me. But I think we've had the opposition in this country for long enough to understand that also being in the opposition has its benefits. It isn't all dreary, because the thing that perhaps has helped Kenyans get to the stability we have is that right from independence, those in power always talk to those who are supposedly in the opposition. Those who are in a leading party always talk to other party leaders. This is how Kadu and Kanu came together. And we have since, and remember we called it the first handshake. No, it was the second. The first handshake was independence. Okay? Great Britain, the Queen
shook hands
and said, guys, it's okay. You guys can do this thing and blah, blah, blah. And we've seen it morphed into what we're now seeing. The Kibaki government showed us a completely new dimension of this. The very people who you think are in the opposition, you copy them into your government. So now, that's where the lines between the government and those in the opposition became nicely blurred. Okay? But when we talk politics, you say, okay, maybe Swallow did this, did the other. The same Raila Odinga himself, did he not move and join Kanu? Now, all these things, all these handshakes, in many ways, have helped foster this idea that these parties can work together. Now, that's the narrative. But if you look at the narrative on the side of the party that's in power, they have been on overdrive getting people from other parties to join their particular part or their political side. So the movements and the handshakes keep going. Now, seasoned politicians might read this and ask themselves, so now if this is what's happening, do we also join the fray? And I think what we're hearing is them saying, we're not joining this fray. As we're going to stay exactly where we are.
We are sticking our...
No. We are going to stay exactly where we are. And we've heard noises the same. Oh, so-and-so doesn't want to work with us. See, working with you doesn't mean joining you. No. Working with you simply means that if there's something that we need to cooperate, we'll cooperate. But I keep my party, you keep yours. But the way we understand things is, you work with me, I swallow you. And you become part of me. Now...
You have to be clear who's working with whom. You work with me, not me working with you.
And you know what that means? On my terms.
Yes. You work with me, I'm the boss. I work with you, you're the boss.
Yes.
Raila says, people are saying Raila is tired and should retire. I will not stop fighting for a better country. Until such a time when things will be fine in Kenya, we shall continue calling for better governance. What is he talking about? Is he talking about continuing to be active, continuing to speak up on matters of governance, or is he talking about seeking elective office? What do you understand from what Raila is saying? Is he saying he's not going to retire from seeking elective office, or is he saying he's not going to retire from speaking out?
I actually think that he said what he said so that we can have a debate such as this one, seeking for clarification and asking, so what did he mean?
What does he mean?
Remember, even before this election that we had, there had been the debate of, is Raila actually going to vie for the presidency or not? Do you remember?
Yes.
Was it that? And it lasted for the longest time.
Yes.
Okay?
Until people gave him the Azimio.
Yes. And then there was, okay, so who's going to be deputy? And that conversation again went on and on. It went for both sides of this particular divide. So a political conversation, in my view, must be seen for what it is. It's a political conversation that is being had, and it's said in a way so that we can join in that conversation as we are now doing. Asking, okay, so what exactly does this mean?
We've been drawn into it.
Yes, we have.
Okay, in your opinion, what is he saying?
He's saying,
in your understanding,
that if you
is he saying I am retiring from politics, from elective politics? I am not retiring from elective politics, or is he saying I am not going to be silenced?
Raila cannot retire from politics. Not will not. Cannot.
Elective politics.
He cannot.
Like he cannot stop vying.
You see, if there's a reason why he should stop vying, he will tell us. But he's alive and breathing and walking and talking. Why not? Where is this rule book which says you can't vie? Where? Where is it written? Where is the age limit in politics? I said, Nani, when you get this, you can't. It's not a Supreme Court.
Yes. I mean, people just sit back and decide, okay, so I have pursued this line and I have gone far enough. I will still participate in leadership. For example, we've had Abdulkadir Mohammed here.
Yes.
He was a member of parliament for Mandera.
He was.
And then he said, I am retiring from seeking to be elected, but I will still participate in conversations about leadership and governance in Mandera and nationally. And he has done that.
Yes.
He does the same. So similarly with saying, you know what, I am retiring from seeking elective office, but I will still be active, an active citizen in this country.
You see, Raila has been an active citizen, if you ask me, for the longest time possible, even before he vied for the seat of the presidency. But the thing that probably brought him to prominence was when he vied for the seat of the president. It was in 1997, if I'm not wrong. Okay? Now, we associate political supremacy and power with the positions you vie for. That is what makes you a national player. Kalonzo has done the same thing. Okay? Other people have done the same thing. Orengo did it. People keep doing it. Because, in all honesty, when you vie for the presidency, and especially with our new constitution, the airtime you get, no one else can actually get that on a national basis. People know you. People who would never have known you now know you. Okay? Animal private parts notwithstanding, they will actually get to know you. Now, if you've been in a position where you're not only a national figure, but you've been part of the national conversation for over 20 years. Now, the question you would ask is, what is it that keeps my presence relevant to the political discussion in the country? Is it my party? Is it me? Is it what I say? Is it what I'm associated with? Is it what I am seen as being able to do? And then there's the really larger question. When I set out to do this from the very beginning, what did I want to see? Have I achieved it? And if I haven't, what else do I need to do so that we actually achieve this thing that I have called Canaan, I've called the Promised Land, whatever I've called it? This vision that I've had, how do we achieve it? Must I be president? If I'm not, how else do I play my role so that we actually get to where we are? Because politicians and the seasoned ones have an idea of what they'd like to do and see. And that's what keeps them going.
You see, when you talk about even wanting to lead the people from the house of captivity in Egypt and crossing over into Canaan, you've also got to realize that if Raila had been elected as president, let's say he was elected as president in 2013 after Mwai Kibaki, okay, he came in, he'd have gone home. He'd be the Uhuru who's gone home now.
Yes, he would.
Right?
Yes.
What would he be doing? He'd have retired. Would he have retired? Would he have not?
He would have.
He'd still be the same age as he is today.
Yes.
So what would have happened if Raila had been the exiting president? Would he have continued, raising issues in public discourse, and would he have sought another elective office, or would he have said, all right, I've been president already, so I'm not going to seek any other elective office, but I will once in a while be, throwing in questions here and there and comments here and there on what I think should happen in Kenya, in the region, in Africa, in the world, as an elder statesman. Does he have to be an exiting president for him to get there?
You've asked a valid question, because the answer to your question, the way I see it, is in when you are at the helm and you have the powers of state at your fingertips, or has been granted to you by our constitution, you are in that position to achieve those dreams you kept talking of and telling people about. Your tenure will confront you, you've heard me say this before, with the reality of what is possible and what isn't. Okay? So when you then move from that position, you'll now be able to know that perhaps other people ought to do this. But the ambition you had will have been achieved. And you'll have understood the strengths, you'll have understood the limitations of what can do. So because of that, you will be willing to take another position easily.
Whether your presidency was a failure or a success.
I am of the view that when one ascends that position, there is nothing that you have done previously that will inform you about what happens when you sit there. Nothing. You will have an idea, a very good one. You could even have been a vice president. It may prepare you to understand how government works. But as to what a president has to juggle with and has to deal with on a daily basis, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
So it's an on-the-job training. Now that on-the-job training also opens your eyes to things that you previously didn't know. And so even your view on certain decisions will be altered. But most of which, if that was the goal, you'll have gotten there. And with us human beings, when you've gotten to something you want, you will change just by virtue of the fact that you've been there. Your thinking process, the way you view life, even the vision you had will have altered. So you're taking a different position becomes something that is inevitable. Whereas on the other hand, if you've never attained it, there's always the feeling that, I could have done this.
Still, yeah.
This I would have done this. When you get there, you've realized that thing which you wanted to do, you know the reality of it. That's my view.
So as long as you still haven't gotten it, there's still a chance for you to do it.
Yes, and there's still a chance for you to actually fulfill all those things you've been talking about.
Let's ask this provocative question and open the phone lines.
Yes, let's.
0719-012-600. Provocative question. Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? He says, people are saying that Raila is tired and should retire. I will not stop fighting for a better country until such a time when things will be fine in Kenya. We shall continue calling for better governance. Should he retire from elective politics or should he not? Right? This is a question because, like you've said, CT, if he still hasn't gotten the opportunity to be the chief executive of the country and run the country as he has always wanted to run the country, should he still continue
pursuing that
particular dream and position? If you look back and you see, okay, I've asked Kenyans 5 times to allow me, and 5 times they haven't. Should you get to a point and say, okay, maybe nyinyi yamuoni ile kitu naona so
kwa hivyo
sawa mkae. Or even, in fact, looking back, for 5 years, Raila was a co-head of an executive. He was a co-president in the government of Nusumkate. He had constitutionally guaranteed powers as the co-president, co-head of government. The only thing he wasn't is co-head of state or co-commander-in-chief of the armed forces, but he was co-head of government. No decision was made in government without his say-so expressly. So he had the opportunity in those 5 years to run the country.
Yes.
Should people judge him with that and say, okay, mzee, ulipata miaka yako 5, sasa see you relax?
It is a subject of debate that one should not stop debating on because it presents interesting perspectives of what shared power is about, how it works, whether it acts as a good check and balance or whether it limits things that could be done. Or better still, even if it's a model that we should actually just adopt as a country and say, something else, when you are this close with this thing of being, forget deputy, you just become co-presidents.
Yes.
That way we function better.
That works.
Yes, it works for us. We don't deputy, just co. Yeah. Then we know it's divided. So when we're blaming people, we blame the two of you. When we're praising you, we praise the two of you. Yes.
Let's go to the phone lines. Samson.
Yeah.
Good morning.
How are you, Mr. Latif and Siti Muga?
How are you, sir? How are you today?
I'm doing fine. I'm listening to your show. It's a nice show. It keeps us going. And now on the issue of Honorable Raila, I think Raila will not definitely retire from active politics. But according to my view, we should have another leader at the helm of Azimio.
Somebody else at the helm of Azimio.
I don't think if he will have that strength and gusto to vie again in 2027, the age factor, And then the population apathy almost 5 times. He hasn't been able to go to State House. So it is tough, really. So we should have another leader there as a meal, and then perhaps Raila should just give advice to the new leadership. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samson. 0719-012-600. We'll pick more calls after this quick break. 0719-012-600. Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? Well, Caleb says, Ruto and Rigathi. Okay, no, that's a different conversation. Should deliver on their promises. 28 minutes after 9. Have you gone to kmrc.co.ke? Do you know why we're telling you to go there? Because if you go to kmrc.co.ke, you will see whether your bank or your SACCO is one of those that are participating in this particular scheme to give you affordable home loans. So let me tell you some of those banks. Absa Bank, Bingwa SACCO Limited, Cooperative Bank, Credit Bank, Diamond Trust Bank, Harambe SACCO, Housing Finance, Imarika SACCO, Imarisha SACCO, KCB Bank, Kenya Police SACCO, Kenya Women Finance Trust, Kenya Women Microfinance Bank, Mwalimu National, NCBA, Safaricom SACCO, Stanbic Bank, Stima SACCO, Tower SACCO, Ukulima SACCO, and Unitas. If you are a member of any of those SACCOs or you bank with any of those banks, walk there and tell them you want the KMRC home loan package. You will be able to get a home loan for as low as below 10% and for as long as 25 years. That means the amount of money that you're paying for rent today, if you just put that money into home ownership, you are paying rent as you buy the home. And that makes it much, much easier. Rent yako, keja yako.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Yeah?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys get more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah.
Light rains expected in Nairobi today. Temperatures are a high of 20 now and rising to 27 later today. Mombasa, light rains as well, highs of 30. Malindi, light rain at highs of 30. Kisumu, partly sunny day, highs of 31. Nakuru, mostly sunny day, highs of 26. Nyeri, partly sunny at 26. Kakamega, sunny day at 30. Eldoret, sunny day at 25. Kampala, sunny day at 29. Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 32. Light rains in Dar es Salaam at 31. Johannesburg, partly sunny day at 26. Kinshasa, mostly cloudy at 30. Paris, cloudy day, and there's some wind alert presently, highs of 20. New York, mostly clear skies at 18. London, cloudy skies at 17. And Beijing, sunny day at 17. Clearing up now on Thika Superhighway as you approach the Muthaiga interchange. Yes, that's now much, much better. Ngong Road as you are heading towards Mbagathi junction at City Mortuary was busy, but now it's clear. The issue now is as you approach 5th Ngong Avenue coming towards town. That is the junction that goes to Kenyatta Hospital. Langata Road is clear all the way coming into town, into Mbagathi Way. It's moving well into Aerodrome Road and onto Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is also looking very good. Jago Road, the only issue there at Makadara and Hamza, but that will clear up. Landis Road, as you get into the market and heading into town, into Haile Selassie Avenue, that's also a bit of a clog up. But now the traffic moves into the roads within the CBD because everybody now has gone into the CBD. If there's any major issue that we need to talk about, please alert us on SpiceFM KE Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
0719-012-600. Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? That's the question we're asking. We'd like to hear from you. Ward Nyagere says, not yet. Emmanuel Baraka says, you must stop worshipping people, you media people. All right. Kimtai Kipdan says, yes, Raila should retire. Justice Kenny says, they say never give up, but for Raila, it's time to retire from politics. Should he retire from elective politics? We want to hear from you. 0719-012-600. Robert in Nandi, good morning.
Good morning too.
How you doing?
I'm okay, and you people?
Tuko salama kabisa.
Sasa, hey, you guys want Raila to retire or not to retire? But then, I'm asking one thing. From those votes that were cast during the last election,
yes,
we had 6 million for Ruto, 6 million for Raila. But then the difference is what made Ruto to win.
Yes.
But then there's another 8 million that didn't vote. So that to me, why would Kenyans be complaining now as early as this? Why? Yeah, because at the end of the day, Raila has done his part. He's supposed to be resting and possibly grooming another guy to take over him.
Yes.
Because after all, there's something called that. Something Obama said, you drop the mic when the time comes. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think it is time also Raila saw it fit to groom another person to be able to further his agenda of maybe kutetea wa Kenya. But then kutetea wa Kenya for how long? Because it's like the kind of kutetea wa Kenya, it's not something that they listen to when it comes to the ballot.
Unawatetea nafikiri wanakuacha peke yako.
I mean, you go with them when things are bad, they want Raila. When things are, when the time for voting comes, they look the other way around. So hata mimi wanashangaa sana. I think the best thing is let Raila just shut up now. Let him take a leave into Lake Victoria, huko Island. Let him enjoy life. We don't want him now. We don't want him kabisa.
Okay.
Let it be a lesson. Hakuna haja mkubwa. Because look at it like this. The people who are saying this thing will change in how many days? The first maybe 30 days as soon as we are sworn in. Saizi wenye wanapiga makelele hata ni wenye walipiga kura. Not as people who didn't vote for Ruto. So how do you want me? The guy who voted for him is the one making noise. I also join him in making noise while he's the one who made it possible for those guys to work there. How? Yani, nikusaidie aje sasa. Unajua sasa wewe ndio uliwasha moto, imechomeka kwako, and you want me to make the noise for you. Hii ni Kenya gani ndugu yangu? No. Wacha ichomeka tu kaende, mafuta iende hata 500. We'll still go. Kama ni kupita mguu tupite tu wote.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. 0719-012-600. Gordon Kipchumba says, no, Raila should not retire. He should push for more reforms as he prepares to drop a bombshell, as his indications all tell he's a political enigma. You can't underrate him. Muitu says, no, he is still the biggest hope for Kenyan leadership. Raila the 6th. Ruto will be a one-term president. Simon in Mombasa, good morning.
Good morning, Latif, and nini mzee hapo.
Salama kabisa.
Mzee hapo says hello.
Mzambia, I respect him and I follow those proverbs like every day.
Kabisa.
Okay, my take on Raila. Yeye amefanya kazi yake. Watu kumkataa mara 5, yani he should just nitango aje ile kuwave the flag ama nitango nini. He should just focus na vitu zingine, groom leader mwingine. Watu washamua.
Watu wameamua
wataki mzee shughulikie sahi familia, groom other leaders. The country endelee mbele. Hatuwezi kuwa tuna focus na individual mmoja. After politics tunaingia tena siasa za 2027 tena after 20, yani hatuwezi kuwa kwa hiyo environment ya siasa kila wakati.
It's too long of a cycle.
Sasa pia sisi tunataka kufanyiwa kazi, tunataka vitu ziendelee.
Okay. Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much. I want to hear from you. 0719-012-600. Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? He says there are people who are saying Raila is tired and should retire. I will not stop fighting for a better country until such a time when things will be fine in Kenya. We shall continue calling for better governance. That's what Raila said. And also we are asking, so are you one of those who think that he's tired and should retire, or are you one of those who says he still has a place in Kenya's elective politics? That's what we're asking. So Simon is saying that he should groom somebody. So do you see, is that a valid expectation of people that Raila should groom someone to take over after him?
If you look at, for instance, just say any party structure, maybe a political party that has been there for some time, this is a process that takes place all the time anyway. Why do you think that many political parties have a youth wing? You know, in the past, I remember I used to think that the term youth wing was supposed to mean the strong person whom the Mheshimiwa works with. But the youth wing are the people who are being groomed and brought up in the ways of that political party so that in time they can take up more responsibilities. Now, if I look at Raila's party and ODM, the vast majority of people in that party are young. They're infinitely younger than him. If you look at even people who hold positions in that party, you'll find there's a balance. But there's always someone youthful.
Like the Secretary General Sifuna.
Sifuna was here, yes. And he's still Secretary General. If you look at even in the past, there are other people who have that position. Look at chairman of the party. There are people who are younger. So when people talk of grooming, all you need to do is look at a political party and look at the people who hold positions, and it tells you that the process you're speaking of is taking place. If you look at ANC, you will find the same story. If you look at Wiper, it is the same thing.
Same.
Look at the people who have taken up positions and the people who, whether it's at MCA level, MP level, you will find that more and more young people are there now. That process that people keep asking, it's already taking place.
Grooming is already ongoing.
It's always ongoing.
Okay.
It's always ongoing.
John.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Fine. I think that the decision if he should retire from elective politics is a personal one. But I'm just asking myself, is there a difference now, the way you look at it, between him and the Mugabes and the Musevenis and the Kagames of this world? Is there any difference?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
He's not a president?
In terms of being in a position for too long.
Which position?
His position.
Which one?
The leader of opposition.
John, let me ask you this question, okay? You raise a valid point, but if you were to take that argument with longest position, all right?
Yeah.
If you're the father of the children, do you stop being the father? If you're the grandfather, do you stop being the grandfather?
But Museveni will argue the same.
Yes.
Kagame will argue the same.
Actually,
but we are always hitting them.
Actually, yes and no. You see why I raised the issue of the father and the issue of the grandfather, because I'm bringing it down to the family level and the roles that people play in that social or community setup that they're in. And I'm asking, you see, we're bringing the debate about transition.
Yes.
how do we arrive at understanding a process, and how do we actualize that particular process?
Yeah.
Yes, because really that is the debate. Whether someone likes it or not, there will always be change. Some people bring in about change. Some people have change brought upon them.
Yeah, that's my point. That's why I'm saying it's a personal decision.
Okay.
But do you look around and see at what point, as a person, do you feel like now it's my time to leave? You don't have to be told.
What would you advise him? What would you advise him, John?
As I said, it's a personal decision. But if I have to give him advice,
yes,
in terms of elective position, I would say yes.
He should
it's
retire.
Yes, it's time to elective.
Okay.
Underline elective.
That's what we're asking. Elective specifically.
Yes, elective. Because sometimes people confuse the two. You cannot retire from politics. But if it is elective, then it is time for him to.
Okay. Let's hear from others as well. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Amani.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Amani.
Good morning,
it's been a while.
CT.
Good morning, Amani.
Yes. And good morning, Do, wherever she is.
You took off from elections. You didn't even vote, did you?
I beg your pardon. I have voted from day one, Eric. From the time multi-party entered Kenya, I voted. Or even before, with the Kanu's I don't know, queuing system. I was there. Yes. I've always been there.
Okay.
All right. My take is Raila should stand. It's his right. It's constitutionally correct. And he has to prove his mantle because he's always wanted to be president. So let him go for it. It's his ambition. He's a free man, free country. Let him go for it. However, I would say that within the party system, he needs to be able to prove his mantle, so to speak. That is, he should go through the nomination process. It should not be closed off for his sake, which is what happened in the last election. That way, he proves his credibility, that no matter what the field is, I'm still the guy.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, if he does that and then he wins, fair enough. People say, fine, he's still very relevant. But when it's closed off, as though he's some godfather, who's untouchable, then one does have question marks as to really his viability, his credibility within the party and within other people on a level playing field.
That's a good point. Thank you, Amani.
All right, guys. We'll be calling soon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Good day. David in Mombasa, good morning.
Morning to Eric, our father, City. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah,
We're very well, thank you.
You're doing all okay. Yeah, I believe you're doing all okay. But when it comes to Raila, majority of Kenya, we are working by sight. But we never figure it out about the inner anointing of God. Raila is there because of God, not for us to say Raila shall retire. Raila reminds us about the story of Moses when Miriam and his brother turned against Moses and talk negativity. God strike them. So sometimes people, they need to figure it out. Raila is there because of God. That is anointed man of God to be there for a reason. Yeah, so Raila need to continue. And the thing Raila is there is because our country has been ruled for the past 58 years plus with only 2 tribes. And we are more than 42 plus tribes. So until then, Raila apatiane hiyo kiti kwa tribe ingine, time yake bado.
Thank you.
There by force.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
Pinto in Asembo, Siaya.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. So, tackling it from 3 fronts. The first one, on this part of tiredness. Tiredness is hugely subject. If he says he's not tired, he's not tired.
Pinto, you're in a windy place? You're in a windy place?
Better now. Rongai.
Okay, that's better. Oh, you're in Rongai?
Yes.
Is there a place in Asembo called Rongai?
No, I told you guys, I think.
You did. We're just pulling a leg, Pinto.
Yes. So, akisema he's not tired, and you guys have the privilege of sitting across from him. You can tell some degree of physical tiredness that is occasional on screen. Then the other aspect is if he stays on, is at what cost? Ukiona watu kwa ground, if you walk through Baba's strongholds, you will say that there's some degree of different leadership needed just to jolt that place a bit. Near the lake, so stories unasema if some other guys are around this lake, you will see this whole place green. On that front, you can be the judge. And then on the other one, there are some divisions that once taken, they complicate things. Like handshake had mixed results. So it was good and not so good in some other areas. So that and not being able to keep friends or have friends who go with you the long haul, I think a lot is left hanging. But me, because Nikienda home, I passed a junction there where I see a poster written Opoda Farm. That is closest I've ever come to Baba, even though I hail from here. So I would say if he still has the energy to move on, it's okay. But there are guys who have run within, whose joints are no longer as supple as they were, and when they speak, you feel for them.
Okay. Thank you, Pinto.
Yes. Thank you.
Good day. Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Eric, habari asubuhi.
Safi kabisa.
Sasa mzee wetu bana ametosha apumzike.
Apumzike?
Tapumzike tu. Kwa sasa umeshindana na Moi, umeshindana na Kibaki, umeshindana na Uhuru, umeshindana na Ruto na ujai fua dafu. Apumzike tu bana.
Ai, si labda bado ako na energy.
Bana, hata huyo ukimwangalia Raila, yenyewe amechoka. Huyo msema amechoka bana. Yake ilikuwa ile ya 2007. Lakini saa hii itakuwa ngumu. Apumzike tu. Na atafute mtu mwingine mwenye anaweza kumgurumu.
Okay.
Shukran.
Asante Joel. Hussein Yegon says Baba has done a lot. It's time that he Yegon, we haven't heard from you in a very long while. You should call in. Kahare says Raila should be at the beach with his children, with his grandchildren. And Jambita says, we are tired of political heartbreak every 5 years. We feel it up to now. It's painful that Baba will not be the president, but that's the truth. So yes, Baba should just retire. What do you think? Should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? We're not talking about just politics, where he still has a say and will come out and make commentary on what's happening politically and give direction. But in terms of seeking elective office, should Raila Odinga retire from elective politics? Call us right now on 0719-012-600. The stories today are indicating what's happening within the Jubilee coalition itself. Baba himself saying recently that, I am not... People are saying that Raila is tired and should retire. I will not stop fighting for a better country until such a time when things will be fine in Kenya. We shall continue calling for better governance. What do you understand from that? Is he saying that he will still be active in the politics of the country? Or is he saying that he'll still be seeking elective office even come 2027? What do you think? Should he or should he not retire? At the same time, let's look at what's happening in the party itself, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition. The deadline, the first date where parties can then walk out of this coalition is coming up next week on the 9th of November. Will some of these parties leaving the Azimio dent Azimio itself? Ali in Mombasa.
Good morning, Eric, and good morning, City Muga.
Good morning, Ali. How are you today?
Fine. I hope you two are all fine.
We are fine.
And my dear sister, and do whatever she is, I hope she's fine too.
Yes.
I think Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga has said it right. What we need to do, I used to be his fan, but now I'm no more his fan. Yeah. But I would like to advise him. Because of his age, we don't want another Habib Bourguiba of Morocco or Tunisia or whatever you call the countries over there, that the old man should be holding, Akina Bongos and whatever. But he can sit and create a committee where he can be the patron and an elder, advising them how to go about it and serve the common mananchi. That will be better. But when it comes into elective position, I don't know if he is going to be very happy to see he goes down again the 7th time. This time he went to Zanzibar.
Yes.
I don't know where will he go the next time.
Wow.
Because the ability to control the larger crowd of a common man has gone down by 80%.
Okay.
Why I'm saying so, he would have won this election with flying colors, but unfortunately nobody is ready there for him anymore. He should change his tactic, find a good person, train him, get a committee that will help this good person to go about. While he is there, like a spokesperson or an elder of the country.
All right.
That is my opinion.
Thank you, Ali. It's a valid opinion. Eddie in Nairobi.
Morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Morning, Bwana Muga.
Sijambo kaka. Na wewe je uko mzima?
Mimi sina neno, swali langu ni fupi. Kobe. Unaambia Kobe ajiuzuru. You're asking the tortoise to resign. The tortoise resigns when it's out of its shell.
So
when we talk about Raila resigning, you're asking the tortoise to leave its shell. This is something he will do for the rest of his life. And of course, the proverbial tortoise takes its time. So 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, he'll keep walking.
So he still has it in him. He should keep going.
When you find the tortoise is out of its shell, that's the last day. That's when it stops.
Okay. Okay, Eddie. Thank you.
Asante karibu.
Have a good day. Lois Busira says he has done his bit in the best way he knows. He has fought for human rights and democratic space that we now enjoy. I think he should just drop the mic and take a good rest, like Moody Awori. It's a mixed conversation here. There are those who say, all right, Baba, you've done your bit. Groom somebody else. Sit back, occupy a space as an elder statesman, select a team of advisors. Now, with them, help to bring up the next generation of leaders. Prop them. If it's John Badi who's in parliament, prop him. If it's Opiyo Wandayi, prop them. If it's the new governors, the Wangas and the others, and the new senator like what we are seeing now, Edwin Sifuna, prop them. So they know that they have the backup of Raila Odinga to go to the next thing and let them achieve. Let them be the ones that cross the people into Canaan.
You know, there's also the conversation that we've had in this country regarding our political space and where the very leadership of the party is dependent on the individual who heads that party, what you call the party leader. Now, perhaps we should consider the discussion of how do you strengthen parties so that beyond the leader of that party is still vibrant. Because our history with political parties is that when that leader is no longer in that position, that party is as good as dead. The only way that people survive this particular any political dispensation, as I said, is ensuring that the entire political machinery is not anchored on that individual. The individual may start it, may give it the momentum, may give it the oomph, but there's a point at which now the party power structure ought to be what people look at, so that people within the party are strengthened. Now, I am not talking about something like the Chinese political party. No. They take this argument to a completely different level, and it works. I am talking about other political parties in democracies around the world, and the reason why these parties survive is because the party structure remains the strength. The individuals come and they will go, but the party remains. Yes. So the discussion around the political leader, we see the political leader, we know that they have done, but will the party survive the leader?
So we've seen what has happened to political parties.
We see it all the time.
With Moi, Kanu got weakened.
Take your pick.
The Democratic Party is weakened. Nobody remembers that Justin Muturi is actually the leader of the Democratic Party, the new Attorney General.
No, in fact, you have to be reminded.
You have to be reminded.
And that was a vibrant party for a long time.
Yep. In 97, it produced the second highest number of votes for its candidate.
It did.
NAC, same.
Yes.
NAC Kenya, it still has, the leader is still strong. Would NAC Kenya survive
in the absence
of Martha?
No.
Would ODM then survive in the absence of Raila Odinga?
Ford Asili, vibrant, shook the country. It had a national following.
Yes.
When Matiba was no longer there, how far did that go?
That is it. That is it. Ford Kenya as well.
Yes.
With Jaramogi going into Kijana Amalo and then?
And then, recently, TNA. How did that work out?
So it's about just looking at the political party and separating individual from party.
Yes.
And making sure. Then we are also saying then that it's the job of the leader of a political party at that moment to make sure that they have structures that then ensure the party is strong enough.
Yes.
To outlive them.
When it is that way inclined, then even the legacy of that leader is enshrined. Because you will now not talk of the party without ever mentioning the person who brought that party to where it is. The person who founded it, the person who led it. It will be a permanent discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It's a good conversation to have. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Join us again tomorrow morning. We'll be here from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., God willing, telling you about The Room Global, at The Room Global on Twitter. It's excited to bring you highly skilled talent from across the globe, freelance tech professionals, financial analysts, and administrative talent. Have you visited The Room? You can follow them on Twitter at The Room Global, or you can go to theroom.com and you find that best talent. So 2 people that we're talking to here. Number 1, if you're interested in joining a career in tech, or if you're already in a career in tech, go and take up any of the courses that they have on alxafrica.com, and then you shall join The Room. If you are looking for good tech talent for your organization, for your company, you are HR, you're CEO, and you're looking for tech talent, the best place to get the best vetted talent is in The Room. Theroom.com is a place that you shall find them, and you can follow them at The Room Global. Have a lovely day. Yolanda and DJ Absolute will be here from 11 a.m. to take you on sugar and spice and everything nice. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is this morning presiding over the launch of Kenya Youth Employment Entrepreneurship Accelerator Program by Kenya Private Sector Association. The program is an innovative youth employment solution that seeks to use a market development approach to create 1 million jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities for youth and women in the private sector in the next 5 years, that is 2023 to 2027. According to the Kenya Population and Housing Census report of 2019, youth unemployment in the country stands at 38.9%, with about 5.3 million youth unable to secure decent jobs. It is projected that over 9 million youth will be entering the labor market by the year 2030. Investigating officers from Pakistan are now expected to contact their counterparts in Kenya to find out where the bullet found in the body of the murdered journalist Ashad Sharif came from. The bullet was found when the officers decided to perform a second autopsy before his burial in Pakistan. It is not clear if the bullet was seen during the first exercise that took place in Kenya. The investigation of Ashad's death is being undertaken concurrently as another of Pakistani officers are in the country to collaborate with their Kenyan counterparts who have insisted that Ashad was shot in a case of mistaken identity and after the police were shot at. Now, Justice Restoration and Childcare Organization Jureko has urged the Minister of Land Zachary Njeru to cancel all controversial land titles in Shimoni, Lungalunga and Kwale County. The chairman of the organization, Mohammed Mwakolia, has asked Njeru to solve cases of land dispute against local people living in Anziwani and Tswaka. Affected residents have pleaded with the government to intervene to ensure they get justice. Led by Mabwani Kirua, they have blamed the area sub-chief for allegedly colluding with the rich to grab land.
Nililima shamba kutoka mwaka wa 2013 katokeza mtu ambaye anasemekana hiyo shamba ni yake.
Tatizo kubwa zaidi ni kupitia kwa ofisi yetu ya assistant chief. Hataki kujua, hataki kuelewa. Kitu anachokisema mwenye title ndio mwenye shamba.
Residents of Kitui South constituency have linked police in the area to the ongoing conflict involving farmers and herders who have been fighting over cow grazing land. The residents, who are mainly farmers, have claimed that police officers at Mutha police station and members of the provincial administration are key masterminds of the conflict, which has been ongoing since mid-September after receiving bribes from herders. The confessions were made during a town hall meeting between the Committee on National Security, Defence and Foreign Relations of the Senate. Mutinda, whose comments were supported by the local community, revealed how the police had delegated their duties in the area and now turned to herders. And universities have been implored to adopt innovative ways to mobilize for resources so as to address the current funding crisis in the sector. The ailing financial health in public universities has been blamed on underfunding by the National Treasury, exacerbating the sinking of universities due to the lack of funds. University Fund CEO Geoffrey Monari, however, pointed out that dependency on the government to bail out universities might not be the viable solution due to the competing interest. In the last financial year 2021-2022, the board, which funds higher learning institutions in forms of grants, had a budget deficit of 39.9 billion shillings. In the revelations made by Monari, it shows that the institutions required an allocation of 87.3 billion shillings to support over 4,000 public and private institutions. Former National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani, however, gave them an allocation of 47.3 billion shillings, which was nearly half of the total funds they required. And Ukraine's maritime grain exports have been halted after Russia suspended its participation in a landmark agreement that allowed the vital shipment, blaming drone attacks on its ships in Crimea. The July deal to unlock grain exports, signed between Russia and Ukraine and brokered by Turkey and the United Nations, is critical to easing the global food crisis caused by the conflict. The agreement had already allowed more than 9 million tons of Ukrainian grain to